I am Mayor Donald T. Lopez, Village of Los Ranchos to Albuquerque. I'm going to welcome everybody to our Board of Trustees regular meeting. The time is 7 p.m., September the 14th, 2020.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. And at this time, I would like for everyone to stand and let's read the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I will call the roll. Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Pacheco.
Present.
Trustee Benavides. Are you out there, Trustee Benavides, on the phone?
He should be there. Try it one more time.
Trustee Benavides? I see you.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. You're here. Trustee Lewis?
Present.
Trustee Radnovich?
Here.
Thank you.
Here.
Good evening. I would like to state, as required by New Mexico statutes annotated 1978, section 10-15-1, parentheses J of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act, that the matter discussed in the closed meeting was limited only to what was specified in the notice, to discuss threatened litigation relevant to certain applications and zoning-related matters before the village and the disposition of real property at 4th Street and Osuna Road. I also want to thank everybody for attending both in person and remotely over the last several months. We have listened to your comments regarding the need for a bigger meeting space to accommodate our residents. Although we are unable to accommodate with a bigger venue, we are providing residents the ability to attend remotely and participate and still have the ability to provide comment. However, tonight is our beta test. We are hoping that all of the kinks have been worked out, but with anything technical, something may go awry. So we ask for your patience as we work through issues, if any. And so as you can see, we did have Trustee Benavides on the screen up there via Zoom. Now, item 4 is approval of the agenda. I need a motion to approve or amend the agenda.
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
I need a second.
I'll second it.
I'm going to call for the question. Call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. Item 5 is public comment period. Participants wishing to speak on topics that do not appear on the agenda will be given 3 minutes. No action can occur on these items. Danielle, please proceed with public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and trustees, we have Ms. Camille Vados. If you would please approach the podium, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Board of Trustees, and dear Los Ranchos residents and neighbors. Camille Vados, 427 El Paraíso Road, Los Ranchos. I did attend a meeting last night that was scheduled with Jim Long and his assistant, Scott. I don't know what his official title is, and I apologize. And last night, what I stated or mentioned is the mission of the village, and I'm going to restate that for those who weren't in that meeting or in attendance. The mission of the village, and I've been part of the village for 73 years, is to preserve, to enhance our open spaces, stimulate an interest in sustainable and agricultural situations, and to educate our public. And that is my premise tonight. You know, I've been attending all these meetings in reference to our master plan and applications that are moving forward in our village. And I'm exhausted. But I still come, and I may not stay for a full meeting because I have some health conditions. But anyway, my interest will always be in the village. You know, and I'm from the old school. I know the village as it was, and change is inevitable, and I support that. But I do look at how change takes place. And if change is occurring that does not support our agricultural, our cultural and traditional settings of the village, then I will speak and I will group accordingly. You know, what I'm going to just say, and it may not seem relevant, but I think we need, as we move forward with applications, with pilot projects, whatever, you know, that might fully represent, I don't necessarily know. Speculative housing, which is a lot of, you know, to do with our pilot projects. We speculate that $500,000 lots, and I'm speaking specifically of the Chavez and Guadalupe project, pilot project. How can we speculate that these lots are going to be sold? How can we speculate that
Ms.
these...
Vados, my apologies, but your 3 minutes are up. I want you
Okay,
to
that
wrap
we
it up,
need
please.
to have a cap on those so that we don't go out of line. And thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Joe Craig?
Thank you, Mayor, Trustees. Joe Craig, 505 Calle del Pajarito Northwest. I'm here as a former Planning and Zoning Commissioner from 2013 to 2018, one of the authors of the 2020 Master Plan. I want to thank Attorney Nan Winter for her pretty comprehensive review of our ordinances that happened the last approximately 10 years. I do have a serious problem, and I'm not saying this lightly, on the transcription of what happened in planning zoning to trustees' approval. There is a serious conflict of the items being changed, being sanitized. I have proof. I've asked this morning from Danielle to give a full IFRA request for all of our audio and video recordings for the last 10 years. This is not a light request. Things have been changed. Kiko, our IT specialist, has indicated to me in the past that we have full backup on our servers in Denver. We can look at this thing. Mayor, I'd be happy to chat with you on the proof that I have. It was something that I didn't really want to bring up. We've changed things from our planning and zoning approvals to what actually came to the trustees. I think we have, I hope we have a new planning and zoning director as of tonight, a new planner. I think we should go back to square one with a full forensic accounting of our planning and zoning ordinances, our village ordinances, and our master plan as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Bonnie Kelly?
Mayor, trustees, good evening. I am Bonnie Kelly, 6900 Rio Grande Boulevard, Northwest. When Mr. Kelly and I left the meeting on September 8th after long hours of discussion with you and with our neighbors, we felt sure that a repeal of the Ordinance 284 would be on the agenda for this meeting, or at the very least, an extension of the moratorium of that ordinance. That afternoon and evening, my husband confirmed that understanding by email with Ms. Simon before this agenda was finalized. Nothing on this subject is on the agenda for this meeting. Is it any wonder that your constituents have a lack of trust in your willingness to serve us and your community? Hasn't it come across loud and clear that we don't even want one high-density infill development in our A1 areas? High-density cluster houses are not conservation. Conservation aided by housing, positioning on clusters might, but not high density. Please repeal Ordinance 284 before the end of September. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Debbie Tissot.
All right, hold on to your hats. I am going to say something really nice. I looked at the board packet in preparation for this meeting, and do you know what I found? I found references on the agenda as to where I could find further detail within the packet. Right there, quick and easy before my very eyes. Whoever had the presence of mind to do that, thank you, thank you, thank you. You saved me hours of scrolling. So that's my happy stuff.
Ms. Tissot, before you go on, please state your full name and address for the record.
Debbie Tissot, 378 Tyler, Northwest. Is that, okay, sorry. Now I've lost track of my thought. Well, I will be speaking again on the capital expenditure budget, which has got to be deeply adjusted because this kind of bullshit, oops, excuse me, is exactly how we ended up where we are right now.
Ms. Linda McKee.
Hello, Linda McKee, 749 Chavez Road Northwest. I'm requesting that you address the Conservation Pilot Project Ordinance. Specifically, I'm requesting that the current Conservation Pilot Program Ordinance be repealed or the moratorium be extended to define a more acceptable ordinance. We need to take the time to get this right. We do not want our village to look like another densely populated Northeast Heights. The village residents have overwhelmingly stated their desire to maintain natural green infrastructure, which provides places for recreation, preserves our wildlife corridors, and enhances our quality of life. We need to put conservation into the conservation pilot projects. Let's be thoughtful and remember what we value about our village. Once our open spaces and green pastures are gone, they're gone forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Randy McKee.
Honorable Mayor and Trustees, good evening. I'm Randy McKee. I live at 749 Chavez Road Northwest. I want to thank you for the working session that we had last week. We really appreciate it. We felt like progress was made. The villagers were actually hoping to see an extension of the Conservation Pilot Project Ordinance moratorium in this Board of Trustees meeting in some form or fashion, and we're very disappointed, not seeing any action on this at this time. We request that you do this as soon as possible through an emergency session next week, as the moratorium on this extends only until the end of this month. We strongly request that the moratorium be extended out to at least March of 2023 to assure that actions can be taken to repeal this ordinance and replace it with one more aligned to the villagers' vision of rural development. Two or three of these developments under the current ordinance would certainly result in a village that's headed towards housing densities with a look and feel more of Albuquerque, regardless of the open space that is thought to be being created. We've made it abundantly clear we don't want this. It is spot zoning, pure and simple. Don't try to manage or ordinance my property rights away, trying to deal with an aging population and changing demographics that you all have conjured that does not exist here. What makes you think we need to change what we are doing to get people to come here? What we have done for the last 60 years has worked very well in building a beautiful island of rural culture and nature in the midst of a bustling city. Please do everything you can to help us keep that. I want to also ask you to quit shaming us. We hear lots of words that go to, well, don't you want new people moving here? Or don't you want young people to have lives here? We do, and they are happening. I urge you to drive over to Tyler, to Bledsoe, to Toscosa, to Charles, and look at what's happening there. Those are young families, engineers, nurses, firemen, they're all young. They have families. The kids are playing in the street. You don't need to be saying that we need to bring these people in here. They're here. They're renovating these beautiful little homes and turning them into golden gems. We have plenty of this going on in here. You don't need to create a high-density project and tell us that's what we have to have. I urge you to please bring this moratorium into effect to at least March. We will help you get where you need to go. We want development, but it needs to be done correctly.
Thank you. Ms. Loretta Chavez Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and Board of Trustees. My name is Loretta Chavez Smith. I live at 536 Chavez Road Northwest in the village of Los Ranchos. I just have, some of the stuff has already been said that I was going to say, but I do have something that I want to ask. When was the approval of the site plans for buildings 1 through 3 at Palindrome? I don't ever remember going to that meeting.
There wasn't a meeting. It wasn't needed. Nan Winter, do you want to answer that question? I think that's an important question to answer.
None of us saw those plans.
Go ahead, Nan, if you wish.
This one works.
Mayor, trustees, the development agreement contemplates all the development approvals for Palindrome. So you have to refer back to the development agreement, and it details the steps in the process and when those processes need to happen and who has the authority to make them.
Good. That's the best answer we can give you.
Okay. And then maybe I could ask this question when the when they do the financial report, or can I ask it now?
If it's part of public comment,
Well, part of public comment is, why did we spend so much money to fix the speed humps on Guadalupe Trail?
okay,
That's it.
we'll get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez-Smith. Is there anybody who did not sign up for public comment wishing to speak? Ma'am, if you would approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, please, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. What I have to say initially is not original. You've just heard it. But I think the more people that say this, the better. Why is there no action on the number 284, the ordinance number 284? Why is there nothing on the agenda about that when that was clearly the number one takeaway from our meeting, where we all had a chance to express our priorities for the village? Repealing that or extending the moratorium was clearly on everyone's mind. And yet, so to come to this meeting and have silence on that issue is disturbing and undermines the trust that we're trying to build here. I also want to comment on the idea that, and again, this is not original, this has already been commented on tonight, but again, I think when more people speak, it gives an issue more weight. I don't think it makes sense for us as a village to be trying to bring in any particular type of people, whether it's people of a particular age or race or gender, nationality, whatever. We are not so good at planning that we can make this happen reliably. In fact, based on what I've seen so far, our planning process is quite flawed. And so I would urge restraint. When we talk about we need to attract more of this kind of person to our village, it's not a good idea, and in the long run, it's going to bite us. I think that's about it for tonight. I'm disappointed to hear about Palindrome signing on 3 properties or something. I don't know what's going on there. This is a very unhappy village with what's going on. I can't help but wonder who is pulling the strings from a higher level. Who's making this happen? What developer and how many millions of dollars are holding sway over the village? I can't help but suspect that that's what's going on. With all due respect and appreciation of all your hard work, thank you so much.
Thank you. Was there anyone else? Please approach the podium.
Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail, Northwest. Trustees and mayors, there are a lot of problems in the village. I want to concur and underline what a lot of my neighbors said. I live on Guadalupe Trail. I can count the number of baby carriages that go by every day. We have a young population, a vibrant population, and further down towards Ranchitos, there's affordable housing, there's affordable apartments too, and some of those go vacant. So I again would underscore and ask you to really look into the composition of the village and who makes up the village. We love our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is very diverse in race, in age, in economic status as well. The pilot project, one of the things that Jim Long originally said when he presented was he was going to build multifamily, affordable homes that people could afford to live in or people could retire to. Last night at his presentation, someone asked the question, how much will each home cost, not including the lot? And he said, well, for a 2,500 square foot home, this was Scott who replied, it will cost $500,000 to build. Are we just replicating a privileged status here as we take away wildlife? I'd like to also ask that you repeal the ordinance. My friends and neighbors have asked you to, that we stop the pilot projects and we all rethink them together and come up with some creative solutions that are good for the village. The Agri Center, the whole thing that's happening with agriculture, I applaud, but we can't just have that little island of it. One of the beauties of the village is that there is green, there's animal habitat, there's diversity everywhere. And we don't want to lose that. We want to keep the beauty of the village. Please take a look at the ordinances, repeal those ordinances, get rid of the 24 minimum houses in the VC Center, and let's do some real sane planning together to grow this village, to make it beautiful, to have people come down here as a destination. And they do, and we're going to take away one of the biggest destinations where the sandhill cranes migrate. They
Ms.
won't
McKenzie,
come.
my apologies, but your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other individuals in the audience wishing to speak, we're going to have folks participating remotely to raise their hand at this time. Kiko, are there any participants? Individuals that are participating remotely, if you're wishing to speak solely on public comment, this is the opportunity. If you're wishing to speak on another item on the agenda, please raise your hand at that time.
Brad, are you in to speak for public comment or for one of the matters on the agenda?
One of the matters on the agenda.
Okay, I'm going to remove you from the meeting and we'll add you back at that time.
Ma'am?
There's another hand raised.
Yes,
Danielle.
thank you. If you would. State your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Diana Clark, and I live at 601 El Paraiso Road Northwest. And I'm sorry that I was late, but I understand that this is public speaking, and I'd like to speak on the project at Guadalupe and Chavez. And basically, just everything about the high density. But to begin with, they just had an article in the newspaper about how many homeless were in New Mexico now, or in Albuquerque. And it has increased by, I think they said 1,800 last year, and then it's 2,800 this year. And I have just noticed that there's a lot of homeless people walking around in this area, and we didn't have that before. If we bring in a high-density area, I'm afraid that it will just attract more homeless. I think that we should probably look for a place for them to live or help them some way other than letting them live on the street. And I live on El Paraiso, just 2 blocks from the city of Albuquerque, and they will travel up. They're already walking up and down El Paraiso. They're already on the ditches. Some people that I know aren't even walking the ditches anymore because there's so many homeless living in the ditches, and it's scary. And it will bring crime. It will bring unwanted things. We don't have a police force. We do have the sheriff's department, but we don't have our own police force. We're not a village that has police or courthouse or schools that can take this high-density area. So I would like you to consider that this is not the village like, say, Bernalillo or some of the other small areas. This is a rural area. This doesn't have a lot of area to put all this stuff in. And builders, I feel, could go other places that would be just as profitable. And I keep hearing you say, well, we've got an older population. There's a lot of young people on my street, a lot of people that have moved in with their children, and it's dangerous. The one on Guadalupe and Chavez will bring in, if Jim Long says there's only going to be 16 houses there, if he has 16 houses, 2 cars per houses, which probably would have more, it states that every household or every car would make 4 trips a day in and out of the neighborhood. And that would be tremendous. We'd have 32 cars running in and out 4 times a day. We would have, if they had casitas, we would have all of that. And our street, El Paraiso, is not a through street. Really, Guadalupe Trail isn't a through street because it dead ends at the end. So and Mullen definitely isn't a through street. So I would think that you should consider that this is not a good area to put in all these houses. And I wish that you would please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else that is on the Zoom online that wishes to speak? If so, please use the raise your hand button. Mayor, trustees, there's nobody online.
Thank you. We're going to move to item 6, which is approval of the minutes. 6A is minutes, August 10th, 2022, regular meeting. B is minutes, August 15th, 2022, reconvened regular meeting. I need a motion to approve both sets of minutes.
I'll make the motion to approve both sets of minutes.
I need a second.
I'll second.
I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
I need to make a change to the minutes.
Go ahead.
On page 18, where it says during informal discussion, under Trustee Benavides, the sentence that starts with, then we can judge whether we like this pilot project. Then there's a comma, and the wording is somewhat garbled after that. So I listened to the video, and this is what I said. Let's see. Let me just say word for word. Then we can judge whether we like this project. Or we'd rather say, you know what? You now have the opportunity to do what else you are allowed to do with A1, and you might not like that, period.
Thank you, Trustee Benavides. We will make that correction to the minutes.
Thank you.
Do you approve the minutes with the correction?
I do approve. Oh, are you asking him?
And I do,
I'm
yes.
asking him.
Yes.
Okay, so I think we're good. Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. We now have a presentation and welcome State Representative of New Mexico, Deanne Hockman Vigil. Please come to the podium.
Good evening, Mayor, trustees, villagers. My name is Day Hockman Vigil. I'm your state representative and happy to announce I'm now a proud Los Ranchos resident myself. So happy to be here. Thank you. I know you have a lot on the agenda tonight, and I just wanted to come in and check in with all of you. It's been a while since I've seen your smiling faces, and we've all been gathered in a room together, and I can't tell you how happy that makes my heart. So quickly, just wanted to let you know what's going on in the Roundhouse this upcoming legislative session. In January, we're going to convene for what's called a full policy session. That'll be a 60-day session beginning the third week of January and lasting until March. My role for you is on the House Appropriations and Finance Committee. I actually have to go in a week earlier than everyone else, because we have to figure out a way to spend over $2.5 billion in excess revenue that the state will be planning for as we convene in January. What does that mean for us? Specifically, I've met with the mayor, and we've talked about a lot of upcoming projects that we would like to see come to fruition with the village, mainly the agricultural center. He spoke about maybe getting a bigger place for all of us to gather, and that's something with which the state can definitely help. I need your help, though, in that I need to hear from my constituency in terms of other projects that I can be of assistance with. The way the process works is each legislator, if there is excess revenue, is granted a specific amount of money in what we call capital outlay funding. What that means is we gather a list of projects. They have to be tangible capital projects, things, structure, which we can then allocate certain funds to go towards within our own districts without having to get, further scrutiny from the rest of the budgetary process. It is a maddening process. It is not perfect, but when we have a lot of notice and when the community comes together, we can identify ways in which this money can be spent that could be beneficial to all of us. So my ears are open if I'm lucky enough to be reelected this coming November, and I will be going to Santa Fe armed with that information and hoping to make the most of that funding for the village. We'll also be hearing lots of other bills that will come to us, some of them controversial, some of them not. We're still working on the issues with crime within our community. I personally work on mental behavioral health resources and availability. We're also going to be doing some further legislation in revenue stabilization and diversification of revenue sources so that we don't see the boom and bust cycle we've seen so much in New Mexico with our dependency on oil and gas funding. So if we can, just like your good financial planners tell you, you need to diversify. And so that's what we're trying to do within the state. I am here for questions if any of you have any. Otherwise, thank you so much for welcoming here. Again, I'm just so happy to see all of you. So I have cards with me, and my information is also on the nmlegis, nmlegis.gov website. Just select District 15, that's me, or you can put in your address. It'll tell you that I'm your state representative if you're here in Los Ranchos. And it's also my cell phone number directly on the website, which I do answer and keep with me. So thank you so much. And Mayor, do you want me to stand for questions, or do you have a busy agenda you need to get through?
Does anyone in the audience have a question for our Representative? If not, leave your cards at the table, and that way folks can. David, go ahead.
I just wondered, is funding available possibly for the 4th Street improvement that we're waiting on?
Yes, sir. That's actually the #1 priority that was identified on the list. So I've given money towards that on the 2 previous cycles, and we won't stop as long as we have excess revenue.
And the village is in terrible need of repaving.
Yes, we talked about that.
We talked about that.
Go ahead, Robert.
Will you be addressing the gross receipts tax issue in this session? Fixing?
Thank you, Robert. That's a fantastic question. So in the interim, I sit on the Legislative Finance Committee, and that issue has been brought up several times. Our taxation system needs help, especially with gross receipts. There's too many exceptions. Many of them have found to not be effective. So from what I've heard, the tax committee and revenue stabilization committees have been meeting. There are major plans for an overhaul, although I have yet to see any prospective plans on that. And I too, like many of us, are anxious to see that we are going to be doing something about that, because the time is now when we have so much excess revenue so that we can put together a comprehensive plan.
I think Trustee Radnovich may have a question for you.
I do. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I'm a consultant, and we are one of 2 states that tax services. The other is North Dakota. And I've been told by out-of-state architects and engineers that they can't use my company because we can't compete with a tax of 8+%. And so I'd love for the legislature to look at that and see if we can do something about that. It can't be that much.
Thank you, Trustee. It's true. And with regards to taxing of services, one of the main issues that's been identified is a concept called tax pyramiding. So we're taxing services upon services upon services, and that becomes has an exponential effect. And essentially, what we've been told by many consultants, both in and out of state, is that exponential pyramiding effect is much bigger than an 8.5 percentage rate. It actually ends up being somewhere in the 25 to 30% percentage rate if you keep on having that exponential taxation. So I will not go on the history of why we do gross receipts tax the way we do in the state. It has a lot to do with how dependent we are on some of the federal agencies that are here so that we could tax them. But yes, absolutely, that issue has been identified, and I have very high hopes that we will be addressing this soon, because there's absolutely a need out there.
Thank you.
Is there any opportunity for the village of Los Ranchos to share in the proceeds of property taxes that Vermillion County garners in its entirety, so that we can benefit from our property taxes that we're paying? Any hope, so we don't have a total reliance on the gross receipts taxes that we're pushing so hard for us?
That's a hard question to answer, but you can try.
It is a hard question. Thank you, Robert. I am not a tax attorney, and I couldn't give you an answer off the cuff, but it's an interesting concept. And if you want to maybe take one of my cards, email me the question, I will submit it to Legislative Council and see what I can find for you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, we have exceptions for some really esoteric stuff, some that doesn't really make any sense, which I think the running joke of, want an exemption from the gross receipts tax, just have a friend in Santa Fe came from. But yeah, there are so many things that should be exceptions that aren't, and so many things that are exceptions that shouldn't be. And yeah, the entire system needs a huge overhaul. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I think that's definitely a tangible thing or place, and a great idea. Yes, ma'am.
I've been told that the reason we're building 80 communities is because of the high crime rate, and certainly the city of Albuquerque has shown itself impotent at fighting crime. Are we doing anything to, or do you have any focus at all on young people and their families preventing people from getting into a criminal lifestyle rather than just punishing them after they have.
Absolutely, ma'am. Thank you for the question. So, yes, one of the things that the state made a tremendous investment in this past legislative session was in early childhood education. We actually established a $100 million trust fund that will be going to such services, and the Early Childhood Education Department has gotten a great start on that. We are expanding the percentage of of New Mexicans that would qualify for that program, and we are also extending other services such as in-home visiting from birth all the way to kindergarten. And so we're doing a lot to address some of the generational trauma issues that we have and poverty issues we have within the state that we know, adverse childhood experiences are the #1 cause for recidivistic drug, substance abuse behaviors and criminal, interactions. And so we're doing a lot to try and fight crime on both the front and back ends.
Thank you very much, Day. Wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody.
I'm moving to item 8, department reports. The departmental reports are included in the packet and reflect all the activities listed. Ms. Rinaldi would like to provide her report update to the trustees. Ms. Rinaldi, would you come to the podium?
Good evening, Mayor and trustees. Just a quick project update on all the capital projects and what's happening in this reporting period. In phase 1, we have the final change order executed and approved by NMDOT for approximately $59,000 to close out the project. And by September 19th, I will have a schedule from Bradbury Stam outlining a completion date and commencement of the repairs to the failed driveways in the 4th Street corridor by the 26th of September. Following that, we will have a project walkthrough with NMDOT to finalize the project, prepare for audit, and we expect to have this project closed by October 30th. On the second phase, we are closing out the 30% design phase and moving forward with the task order to Bohannon Houston for the 100% design. That is fully funded. And we have some good news in our construction funding this period. Mr. Montoya, we secured an additional $1.475 million from the Department of Transportation project funding. And that brings us a little bit closer. We now have construction funding secured of $3.375 million. And we need our construction cost estimates for the subsequent phases on 4th Street from Pueblo Solano to Ranchitos Road, which is phase 2A, is $8.9 million. And the engineer's estimate all the way to Ortega is $27.7. We still have pending the $27 million application with the federal government. And we have the 2 legislative appropriations that our legislator just suggested in her previous presentation. There is, as you know, we had made a congressional direct spend earmark request for funding for acquisition of right-of-way specific to ponding and public parking lot in the subsequent phases, and we do understand that that has been denied. And also, we considered submitting an application to federal DOT under a program called Reconnecting Communities. And the decision was made not to submit this application because it has a required 50% construction cost match, which means the Village of Los Ranchos would have to put forward approximately $13.5 million, which is just not possible at this time. We continue to seek additional funding sources, both at the state and federal level on that project. We have issued, on September 6th, we issued the request for quotes under the State of New Mexico price agreement to contractors for construction of the entrance and roadway improvements at the Agri-Nature Center. The proposals are to be submitted to us by October 7th, and we will be making a selection from the proposals submitted based on price. We have a limited amount of funding available for this. And I have that funding, that amount redacted in your report simply because this is a request for quotes that's been put out there. And if the vendors that are quoting it see the amount of funding available, they adjust accordingly. So that's why that is not available for public information at the moment, in case you were wondering. We anticipate that we will be able to select a contractor rather quickly. The process from that is we issue a notice of award. We submit that to the state of New Mexico because it is legislative appropriation funding. They give us a notice of obligation and we proceed forward. We are asking the contractor to have a construction phase period between 90 and 120 days, calendar days. And this project needs to be constructed and all final invoices paid and the project closed out by May 31st. So that's the construction schedule on that. And the other one that comes up often is we have a little bit of movement on the Chavez Road multi-use trail. We have submitted a request for agreement and we anticipate that'll be on the agenda in October, which means that we will submit or we will issue a request for proposals for engineering for the right-of-way survey on Chavez Road in the month of November. And the other things we are working on, I have a draft RFP for review for procurement purposes, and I am actually working with a transportation planner at the Mid-Region Council of Governments to finalize a request for professional services for the comprehensive transportation analysis that we've been speaking about. So that as soon, I anticipate that that will be let for proposals by the 1st of October. I have nothing further, Mayor, and if anyone would like to ask any questions, I'm happy to answer
Do the
them.
trustees have any questions for Ms. Rinaldi? Let me go one by one. Trustee Pacheco.
I do just have a couple. Maria, let's see, where was the first one? So we were denied the congressional direct spend, that earmark. Do we know why?
Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, if I could answer that. It wasn't so much that we were denied, it just wasn't advanced in committee. There were a lot of competing requests, and it was the Senate Appropriations Committee that advanced a certain number of projects. We were encouraged to continue to apply.
Thank you. And then just with regard to, and I just want to make sure that we get this in the record, but under the roadway improvements project, the village match shows a large number. I'm assuming that there's just too many zeros there.
Mayor, Trustee, that is correct. It's $73,000 of gas tax revenue, which is our match, and not my extra 3 zeros that makes it 73 million.
Got it.
Sorry about that.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yes, thank you.
And then with regard to these same projects, these roadway improvement projects, these will begin early 2023, and I'm assuming that they're weather dependent?
Correct. Mayor, Trustee, so the point that we're at in now is the resolution and the agreement were adopted in the last Board of Trustees meeting. So now we are able to proceed, and I will begin the certification process, which is all the environmental review, all the utility investigations and all those areas. And we actually have an excavation project in this one, not just paving, not just striping, not just overlay and crack seal. So that process could take 3 to 5 months. So, and these are all weather dependent. So we're going to take the winter to get all of that done and have an early spring project.
Fabulous, thank you. And then last question, with regard to the transportation analysis, what's the timeline on that process, and can you explain what the process is?
Certainly. I'm going to grab that real quick. So the notice to planning consulting firms, what we are asking for is we are asking, and if you will indulge me, I will just quickly read. This is draft form. This is under consideration, but we are asking that this analysis include existing conditions of local circulation and regional traffic user data, local and regional roadway classifications and their impacts, multimodal users, motor vehicle, pedestrian, equestrian, bicycle, and public transportation access, potential for additional facilities and existing and potential connectivity to local and regional public transportation systems. We are looking to identify conditions of capacity, connectivity, and mitigation measures where we understand that there are issues. And I know that's a lot of planner speak, but it includes public outreach. And in this process, we will be partnering with the Mid-Region Council of Government on all of their data sets. This is not to create a plan. This is to look at all the existing data that is there. We have major connectors and arterials that traffic counts exist upon. We may have to do some traffic counting on some of our local circulation roads, but for example, Chavis Road is significant in the larger region. We have all that data. Guadalupe Trail, not so much. So there may be some actual traffic data collection there, Pueblo Solano, Green Valley, Willow, but this is an analysis of what is occurring on our system, and based on the applications we have now for development, at the current levels of density allowed, what does that look like? What does it look like if 27 housing units are dropped on Green Valley? What is the traffic impact on that road and the roads that connect to it and to the larger transportation in the area? That's what we're looking for. This is a tool so that we can answer the questions when they rightly are raised about what are the impacts. What is the impact of commuter traffic through here? And what are any of the mitigation measures that we might do to discourage that if there is existing a high commuter traffic within a specific area of the village? That's the intent. So now that we have the scope all together, we will be looking at what other communities and other agencies like the Council of Governments, what that process looks like, in anticipation of being able to put a schedule. We're saying we want this completed within 12 months. We're asking if that's reasonable, realistic, considering what their experience with this type of thing is. So I can't really tell you now. It's just, this is the scope that we're looking at, and we're trying to put it together and come up with the recipe of a completed document and tool that we can use to make the decisions that are based on impacts.
Thank you, Maria. Mayor, that's all my questions.
Trustee Benavides, do you have any questions for Ms. Rinaldi?
I do not, thank you.
Trustee Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think all mine got answered except for, Maria, I thought on the roadway improvement project, I thought we'd been working on these certifications for some time now.
Mayor, Trustee Lewis?
Was I misunderstanding that? Because I thought we were pretty close to getting those done and getting ready to get some pavement on the ground.
So you just adopted the resolution and accepted the agreement at the last Board of Trustees meeting. So we couldn't move forward on that project until that was completed. So no. Okay. We did the certifications on the previous one that just happened this past summer.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. That's all I have. Thank you.
Trustee Radnovich?
Mayor, is this just for Ms. Rinaldi, or is this?
Just for.
So the other departmental?
We will get to that.
Okay.
Yes.
Bear with me. Okay. Maria, you mentioned you're finally getting to Bradbury Stam's fix of 4th Street and the drainage issues with the system there. Will you still have an 11-month warranty inspection of the project, or is that time already passed?
Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, very good question. They will do a warranty period walkthrough with us on items that we have not already done this project has been 2 years in closeout. So some of the items have already expired on warranty. So anything that was on the punch list at this closeout has a 12-month warranty period. And one quick correction, it's not on the drainage, it's on the actual pavers. Cracking and failure of the pavers in the driveway.
Got it. Thank you. On the 4th Street project, I remember talking about public meetings back in May and in June, and maybe even in July. And where are they? When are they coming?
Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, we have yet to secure the task order for the 100% design, so there is nothing to report on yet. We stand at the last place where we had the last public hearing, which was the selection of the alternative. They have been closing out all those documents for 30% drainage design. We just finished the environmental assessment through the NMDOT process. So now, when they are under contract with us to complete the design all the way to Ortega, Jeanette Walther and I, the engineer with BHI, we are actually putting that schedule together now. And at every benchmark where we have something to show the public, we will have a public hearing. Public information workshop, just like the ones we had in the past, those will occur as we have significant decisions to make on design or landscape or materials or budget. What are the priorities of the village if we have to choose between lighting fixtures at just the intersections or pedestrian lights versus roadway lights, those types of things. All of those decisions we will solicit public input, I promise you. Okay, that schedule will be developed and will be part of the task order. And when you approve that contract, you will have a schedule that will list all those public hearings.
You know, that's one of my big interests in that project. This is related to the project, and I'm not attacking anyone in saying this, but why are, I mean, Bohannon Houston is a pretty expensive firm. Why are we designing all the way to Ortega when we don't have the money to go that far? Because as you know, over years of improvements, projects like the Fresquez project that's being built right now on 4th Street happen. And if we were to bid the rest of 4th Street in 3 years, there's likely to be change.
Mayor, Trustee, that's a very good question. So we are taking the opportunity to design all the way to Ortega because we have the funding. We have the funding that is earmarked for design, can't be used for anything else. Wish it could be used for construction on one of the phases, but it can't. It was secured as engineering and design, so that's in place. And we want to have shovel-ready phases. If we get the first phase funded and money becomes available, we don't want to be designing the next phase at the point where we're seeking funding. We want to have it shovel-ready. The design will be adaptable as the phases go forward. And as you know, there is kind of a lifespan of a design because things can change. If it takes us 3 years to get the first phase done, and by the time we get to Ranchitos, to Paseo del Norte, conditions on the ground could change. There could be additional development, there could be redevelopment of a property, there could be a drive-through built like Blake Slaughterburger, the improvement that they're making at El Pueblo, things like that that would have a potential impact on our design for roadway access, curb cuts. This design will be flexible enough to allow for that and to be able to be adjusted for contextual changes like that. So, but it is important that we have a design to secure funding.
Maria, I've been, and excuse me for saying this, but I've been down that road personally, and we always pay for those changes down the road. So just saying. You had mentioned that you would like to include me in your RFP for transportation. I'd still like to do that, and it sounds like you're pretty far along. So if you have, if you still would like to do that, I'm volunteering.
Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, absolutely. We did a draft today, and we want to move it along really quickly. So I will talk to Administrator Simon, and we will get together with you.
Thank you. Oh, I saw a sentence on your second bullet under pending applications, and it talks about a bonding capacity for 4th Street. What did you mean by that? Because I thought we weren't going to do bonds.
No, it says that the bonding capacity has been identified as a potential match.
It says explored as an option. Yeah.
Yes, potentially for match. But that is, nothing has been obligated and would not be obligated unless it went through that entire process.
Perfect, thank you. Oh, never mind, sorry. I picked up on the $73 million figure.
Yes, everybody did. Sorry about that.
Okay. Everything else looks great. Thank you. Everything looks great, actually. Thank you.
Okay. If the governing body has questions on any of the remaining staff reports, we will ask each trustee to ask all their questions before we move to the next trustee. Trustee Pacheco.
My first couple of questions are for Administrator Simon. With regard to the Del Norte open space, I'm just curious, it sounds like we've been watering the trees on a regular basis. I'm just curious to know if any have been lost due to the fallowing that we put in place this summer.
Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, thank you so much for the question. I have a comment from our farm manager. The fallowing program has gone well at the Paseo del Norte open space, and we were able to water the cottonwoods on a monthly basis throughout the summer. The monsoon rains helped with providing some water to the trees and fields, and it is now time to prepare so that we are ready for the growing season in the spring. It's my understanding that no trees were lost.
Fantastic, that's great. Second question is with regard to the Village Center. I know that at our last community meeting, we talked about a meeting. I'm curious to know if that's been scheduled.
Thank you for the question, Mayor, Trustee Pacheco. Yes, we have heard that the Palindrome folks are coming to the Agri-Nature Center next Tuesday, September 20th, from 5 to 7. They will bring their architects, their designers, their landscape architects, and they will have a full-scale model for us to look at.
Thank you. Thank you.
I did pass out some flyers, so hopefully they're circulating and we can certainly make some more. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Simon. Fred, just a couple quick questions for you. Hi.
Good evening.
I just have, with regard to the speed boards on Chavez, so I was looking at the numbers that were provided here. I'm just curious to know, from looking at the numbers, it seems like the speed boards are working, just based on the difference between the 2 months. But I didn't know if that was due to enforcement or was there did they actually work? Any thoughts?
Mayor, Trustee Pacheco, trustees, a couple of things. One, the Sheriff's Office did do what they call a tactical plan on Chavez, where they work traffic. The speed boards, we put a portable one, both east and westbound traffic, along with our permanent one that's going westbound. And Keene collected the data off of those. I placed the data that I gave you was the one, I think in the 600 block of Chavez. And again, so let me clarify what that means. What happens is we get data points on a graph, and it tells us what the speed is when they were clocked. And one of the things I tell people, if you've ever been stopped for speeding by an officer that running radar and you hit your brakes thinking that you're not going to get caught on the radar or the light, they've already clocked you and it's already locked in the computer,
Too late.
right? So the same thing with our speed board. Before you see the speed flash on the speed board, it's locked you in long before that. So one of the things is that we saw on Chavez, again, the vast majority of the people that are traveling down Chavez, both east and west, are doing the speed limit or below. There's others that are doing 5 miles an hour above. There's some that are doing less, or 10 miles an hour. It was a 0.1% was above the posted speed limit of 10 miles an hour over. Those fluctuate. And again, so one of the things that we do is we'll move those speed boards around to collect some data, but also again, so that people see them out there. And that helps us then get a hold of the sheriff's department and say, we're seeing speeding, say, I'm just using this, between 7 and 9 in the morning. So then they can get with their people and then work traffic between 7 and 9 in the morning when we see a lot of the violators.
Great. I think that answers all my questions, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So more of a comment. I encourage the public to read the mayor's departmental report. The public have been asking for more detailed information from our mayor and from our board of trustees, and I think you did a good job of providing more information. So I encourage the public to read it. The public may not agree with everything that's on there, but I think it does demonstrate that the communication has improved. Thanks. That's all I have.
Trustee Lewis.
Thank you. My first question is for Administrator Simon. Regarding the work that's being planned for the Agri-Nature Center, I want to clarify and make sure everybody understands where residents can see drawings and plans for the work. Is there a place they can go on the website? Is there here at Village Hall? Where can they, if they would like to see what's being planned and comment on it?
Mayor, Trustee Lewis, I just want to understand the question. Are you talking about the notes that came out of the trustee work session?
No, I'm talking about the outdoor classroom and the redesigned plaza.
Oh, gotcha.
And the work that's designed there, as well as the entrance.
Yes. Well, as a matter of fact, Mayor, trustees, we don't have a design yet for the outdoor classroom. And we're hoping to enlist one of our on-call contractors to give us a sketch so that we can float it to the Agriculture Committee, put it on our website, get some community feedback. Regarding the entryway and the way the road is designed, that is on our website.
Okay.
It's right on the Agri-Nature Center page at the bottom of the front page there.
Okay, thank you. My next question's for Fred. Oh, maybe, just a second, Fred, and maybe you can answer this. Do we have the results of the soil analysis and site assessment for the Del Norte open space that was done with MRGCD and the Water Conservation District?
Mayor, Trustee Lewis, we should still have Gabriella Coughlin in the back, and she might be able to answer that question.
Oh, okay. Great.
Do you want to come up? Gabriella Coughlin.
Thank you for coming, Gabby.
Yeah, happy to be here and answer questions. So in terms of analysis, I was out there with Ciudad Soil and Water Conservation District with some of their apprentice technical assessors, kind of using it as a refresher. The last couple of years, I've been teaching folks how to describe soil samples, really to understand the soil stratigraphy and how well water infiltrates through those different layers. So the area that we focused on was specifically the area, it would be south of, or it'd be east of the Chamisal. and where there's a nice little gallery of young cottonwoods, for those of you who are familiar. So why we focused in that area was because it's intended to stay native and perennial. So we want to understand how well are those native perennial wildlife habitat areas going to do under prolonged periods of either drought or prolonged flooding. What you'll also notice in that area is it also serves as an Amafka storm drain. So we're also trying to understand, again, how well stormwater runs off, especially after periods of prolonged drought. There's something called soil water repellency that happens in the Southwest. For our landscape architects on the board, we'll also know that after a while that soils are dry, it takes a lot more water to get them wet and allow things to really mellow and settle in. I see some nods out in the crowd, so I know I'm not totally speaking a different language. So what we're trying to understand is, as the Valley and New Mexico experiences not only floods, but fires and droughts all at the same time. So how are we gonna understand how these areas that aren't gonna see any cultivation, so when I say cultivation, I mean things like ripping, leveling, reseeding, and going into something like an annual crop like tomatoes or chilies, etc. So we know that those areas are gonna stay perennial in the grama grass that they were grown in, correct? So we kind of want to get an idea of how resilient those spaces are going to be during periods of prolonged drought. None of us know what this next season is going to look like, but we know we sure got saved by a lot of these rains. Those grasses are doing very well. We did several infiltration tests. Our first test took about 25 minutes for water to come in through the upper 6 inches of the soil. So 25 minutes, and this came after a day of rain. So once we kind of start calculating and expanding that out throughout the property, then we're really understanding how well are these areas acting as basins for water to slowly percolate in through the soil, correct? Because that's kind of what we're looking for. But then in and around those areas, we have areas where water sheds and floods into that area. So what's later on the agenda is we're also going to be talking about some irrigation infrastructure improvements that are very much needed at that Del Norte open space to allow for the cultivated areas, you know, the nice big grass alfalfa fields, the long skinny stretch by Miller, and then the 16-acre kind of square plot piece. Those are going to be cultivated for things like hay, alfalfa, forage, cover crops that then all support wildlife as well. As a fun fact, just this morning, I was out at the City of Albuquerque open space because we've been working in conjunction to kind of look at soils across open space, not only for City of Albuquerque, but also Bernalillo County. We're entering into MOAs so that they're leveraging my background and experience of being able to describe, dig, and understand soil physical, chemical, and biological properties and what that means for the soil health of not only the Paseo del Norte open space, but I was at the Alamo open space just this morning, just on the south side of Paseo. And so we're really now trying to understand what cover crop species for wildlife could be best grown in places like that. And this is all going into a lot of the work that I'm doing with the Department of Game and Fish. We're working on a big 1,800-acre Order 1 soil survey mapping project at Bernardo. And we were also recently awarded a Healthy Soil grant for $43,000 to do a 10-acre cover crop trial out there that helps us understand how to grow things in salt-affected soils. So out here, even in our own backyard, we often have soils that we call caliche, right? Those soils, while some people call it caliche, for geologists, they might call it a different term. From a soil scientist perspective, what I see is salt cementation. That salt cementation makes it rock hard when it's dry, but greasy when it's wet, but not super greasy where you can still penetrate it. You can still kind of poke through it, but it's not super easy. It's not that nice chocolate cake that we all wish we had. We're in a floodplain soil, so we just don't have that type of soil development yet. So what we're trying to do is understand, how do we manage how water is irrigated and infiltrated, and then where do those salts go when we get a lot of drying, we get a lot of wetting? All of that moves throughout the soil profile, not only based on the soil's geology, but also on its management. So that's why we're also looking at how do we take maybe annual tillage events like ripping, land leveling, seeding, and disking, right? And maybe we delay or defer those. So instead of every year of doing those intensive tillage disturbances, we look to every 2 years, every 3 years. What does that do for things like soil structure? What does it do for aggregate stability? What does it do for the critters that are living in and around the soil? So for the last year that I've been with the Conservancy, I've been really partnering closely with the Village of Los Ranchos with opening up a soils lab where we can pull those samples and really understand it in our own backyard. So while you might not get as much updates from me or our conservation counterparts, just know that we're out in the dirt and just trying to figure it all out, because there's a lot of money coming down to these states. And like Maria had mentioned early, they want shovel-ready projects. And that's the same thing with conservation. That's the same thing with irrigation infrastructure. For those of you who attended the press conference last week with Xochitl Torres Small, one of those projects is all about water irrigation efficiency. And we all know that this valley needs it desperately, because we cannot continue to operate with our current infrastructure of dirt ditches. We need to be able to operate at high, medium, and low water conditions. And we all have to start with the soil first. So I know it sounds corny, but literally from the ground up, trying to understand how all of this stuff works.
Thank you so much, Gabriella.
Thank you, Gabby.
Man, she's good. I'll tell you what.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that answered my question. Thank you. Fred?
I don't know if I can follow that.
I know, Fred, you're in a tough spot here. Fred, I was just going to ask you for a few more. You answered my question on what data points are. Can you explain the percentiles?
Sure.
85th and 50th?
What they do when they do speed studies and stuff, what they do is they go out there, and usually the 85th percentile is more of an average speed of everybody going through there. And that's what a lot of places use to set speed limits. Okay? And again, it just gives them an idea of where everybody's going. But 85th percentile, a lot of places, when they go out there and do some of the road studies and stuff, they will use that 85th percentile to set a speed limit. Not so much in municipal areas or the village area, but rural roads or whatever. So if I use this as an example, if the speed limit is 55 and they're seeing that the 85th percentile is really 65, then they're probably going to look at considering raising that speed limit. But they also look at crash data before they make those final decisions. So that just kind of gives us an idea of where everybody's at.
Okay, thank you, Fred. I have no more questions.
Trustee Radnovich.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I always have a lot of questions. Maria, I would, not Maria, I'm sorry, Ann. I would like to encourage you to, when you do find a planner, look for a planner that has at least a couple of years' experience. And there are ways to do that aren't the typical RFP or, the typical process of advertising. So just wanted to make a comment more than anything. Let's see, sorry. That was my only comment.
Thank you, trustees.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Go right ahead.
I had a comment for Josh's, my only comment to Ann. I think I really loved that bullet point that he put in his report about he'll continue to harvest from the community garden and distribute vegetables throughout the community. So far, they've harvested 245 pounds of various vegetables, and many volunteers have taken home produce and also donated to Rio Grande Food Project. So I thought that was just awesome.
I agree.
Fred, I had one question for you. Sorry to bring you all. You can come this way if you want. I hate seeing you walk all the way. I noticed the comment about noise at Big Jim Farms. I've been there quite a few times myself. I've never really thought it was noisy. Are they actually creating noise?
Well, Mayor, Trustee Radovich, trustees, we've had some complaints because they have music. They had a generator running, and some of the neighbors have complained about that. We did meet with the people there. They are not doing any more music. They're not doing any food trucks. So I think we've got that all resolved at this point.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Sure.
That is it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to item 9, financial business discussion. What kind of comment do you want to make, Joe? I'd rather you didn't. Please send us a letter and we'll answer you. We'll answer whatever question you have on that. Okay? Thank you, Mayor. You're welcome. Let's go to financial business. Item 9, discussion and approval of the August 2022 cash report. Administrator Simon.
All right, Mayor, thank you. Trustees, before you is the August 31st, 2022 cash report. You will see that we ended the month with $9,682,258.37, which is an increase of $225,243.42 for this month. Significant items are the village purchased a used dump truck, and this is going to be very helpful for the Agri-Nature Center. We spent $30,000, and you can see that in the check register. And there are no other significant items.
Okay, I need a motion to approve the August 22 cash report.
I'll make a motion to approve the August 2022 cash report.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Now, is there any discussion from the governing body? Any questions, discussion?
I have none.
I just have, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I have none.
On page 37, I just have a quick question about the GO bonds.
Yes.
It's showing in the negative, and I was just wondering why that is. And I know you may not be able to answer that, Anna. I know Tammy's not here.
I believe, Trustee Radnovich, that, and we can double check for you, but usually we make that $309,000 payment right around this time of the year, and I think that's what that represents.
That makes sense. Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Trustee Benavides, do you have any questions on the cash report?
I do not.
I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
Yes.
Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Lewis?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. We're now going to move to item 10, and item 10 is the public hearings. A, SDP 21-02A, request by Nijmegen Plaza LLC for final approval of a residential site development plan for a development in the VC zone in the 4th Street character area. The property is located at 6502 4th Street Northwest and is legally known as Lot A, Blanche P. Docken subdivision of Lot 2 Merritt Acres, excluding the easterly 165.84 feet, School District 4, Bernalillo County, New Mexico, as filed in the office of the Bernalillo County Clerk on September 30th, 1937. Please note, item A was deferred by the board at their regular meeting on Wednesday, July 13th, 2022, to Wednesday, September 14th, 2022, today. At the conclusion of public testimony and questions by the board, the floor was closed for comments. No further public comment or testimony will be heard on this item. I would like to ask each trustee for full disclosure of real or potential conflicts of interest with this item of business, therefore meaning you would recuse yourself from the discussion.
Mayor, I do have, I will recuse myself from this discussion.
Are you?
And I am going to step away.
Thank you. Trustee Benavides.
Yes, I will recuse myself as I have been recusing myself on this item as a Board of Trustee, given that I was on the P&Z when this application came before us. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we have two trustees who can vote on this. I need a motion to approve SDP 21-02.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve SDP-21-02. I feel like we have absolutely no grounds to do anything but approve this application.
I need a second.
I'll second it.
Any discussion from the governing body?
I have something, Mayor.
Go right ahead.
One thing that was in the report talked about a traffic impact study. We're not going to do that. We're not going to make the developer do that, are we?
No, we're not.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I think this is a case where the village was trying to do the right thing by asking the developer to increase the density of the project. And I don't think that was, it's not showing up well in the finished product because of that. So I feel like, just like Trustee Lewis does, that I don't think we have a choice in approving the project. But I think the village does need to take a look at densities, especially when they're so close to mostly one-story residential areas. So I just wanted to say that.
I'm going to call for the question.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say I agree with Trustee Radnovich. I think this applicant has dotted every I and crossed every T per our ordinance. And I do think this is something we will address quickly to hopefully get this changed for future developments.
I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. Item B, appeal of BB 21-12, an appeal of the June 14th, 2022 Village of Los Ranchos Planning and Zoning Commission denial of an application by Maria Montoya and Christopher Houghton for a bed and breakfast permit as allowed by section 9.2.25, parentheses E, parentheses 1, in the A1 zone in the North Rio Grande character area. The property is located at 8650 Rio Grande Boulevard Northwest and is legally known as Lot A1 plat for the lands of Annie Robertson, lots A1, D1, and D2 within the town of Alameda Grant. Projected Section 17, Township 11 North, Range 3 East, New Mexico Principal Meridian, Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, New Mexico, as filed in the office of the Bernalillo County Clerk on December 27, 1996. The property contains 1.6107 acres, more or less. I would like to ask each trustee for full disclosure of real or potential conflicts of interest with this item of business. Trustee Pacheco.
None.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes, I will need to recuse myself from this item because I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission when this first came up before us. Thank you.
Trustee Lewis.
I have no conflict.
Trustee Radnovich.
I have no conflict.
Before we start, I would like to go over the order of the quasi-judicial proceedings before we begin. All interested parties wishing to speak as a proponent, opponent, or otherwise will stand, raise their right hand, and be sworn in by the village attorney at the appropriate time. The report will be provided by staff. The applicant will be given the opportunity to speak and will be given 15 minutes. We will call up the residents who signed up to speak prior in favor of the application, then call up any remaining individuals who did not sign up prior to the meeting. The person speaking will state their name and address in a clear manner and will have 2 minutes. I will then call up the residents who signed up to speak prior in opposition of the application. I will then call up any remaining individuals who did not sign up prior to the meeting. Lastly, we will call up residents speaking otherwise of the application. I will then call up any remaining individuals who did not sign up. The person speaking will state their name and address in a clear manner and will have 2 minutes. There is no transferring of time to another individual as this is a public hearing and each person speaking will need to be sworn in. I want to remind you that this is not a question and answer session. This is your opportunity to support or oppose the application and/or provide your comments or testimony specifically germane to the application. The applicant will then be given 5 minutes for rebuttal. The governing body will be given an opportunity to ask questions. After all the evidence is heard, the floor will be closed for comments, and then I will entertain a motion. These proceedings will be conducted in a professional and civil manner. Let's begin. All participants wishing to speak on this matter, please stand. Attorney Winter, please swear in those standings and those who are participating remotely.
Please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Attorney Winter, please present the report.
Mayor, trustees, I'm going to just describe the project and give the village's recommendation. The applicants wish to operate a bed and breakfast at the residence. They are proposing to rent only the main dwelling, not the guest house. The operation has existed since at least 2018 with evidence of operation. B&Bs are permissive uses in residential zones as long as they have a B&B permit. In this case, you will see the department recommendation on page 188 of your packet. The department, the Planning and Zoning Department, that was Tiffany Justice, former director, and the village recommend approval of B&B 22-05, a request for a bed and breakfast permit as allowed by section 9.2.25E1 in the A1 zone in the North Rio Grande character area. Thank you.
At this time, would Ms. Montoya or Mr. Houghton, will you please approach the podium? Please state your names and addresses for the record. You have 15 minutes to present your application.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, trustees. My name is Christopher Houghton. The property that we own is 8650 Rio Grande Northwest, 87114. My wife will probably speak after if that's all right.
Sure. You have 15 minutes.
Thanks, sir. Through all these proceedings, we have been in Colombia, so this is the first time I've been able to be in person here. The last time this came before the board, it was resolved by agreement, and I wasn't able to speak, and I would have loved to. At the core of this case is a recognition of an existing right, which is different from a lot of the bed and breakfast applications you see. A lot of the bed and breakfast applications you see are asking to do something new, something different. It could be in a permissible zone, in which case it would be similar to this application. And some of the applications you see are like the one that you may recognize me from years ago, which was a request to rent a guest house and a request for a conditional use, something that's not permissible in that zone, and so requiring conditional use authorization by the commission or the board. That authorization, let me see if I can pull that up real quick. At 9.2.25, you will see under subsection D2, a description of conditional uses. And so I'm doing this because it's helpful, I think, as you're making your decision here. Conditional uses, so in other words, a use that's not permissible in that zone, can be granted, but there's two provisions that really expand the board and the commission's ability to consider neighbor opinion about how it would affect the neighborhood, how it would affect the community, whether it would be in line with the master plan. So if you look at subsections A and B, it says a conditional use shall be approved only if, in the circumstance of the particular case and under the conditions imposed, the proposed use will be in conformance with the master plan and not injurious to adjacent property, the neighborhood, of the community. Under B, it talks about so I was getting distracted by people talking. B says it should only be approved if necessary to protect or deemed necessary to protect the, or disapproved deemed necessary to protect the public safety, health, morals, or general welfare of the village. So under conditional use, you're allowed to consider a lot of things. But if you look at 9.2.25, when it talks about bed and breakfasts in a permissible area, the village has already made a policy determination that is permitted in that area. It's allowed. And so there's nothing in that part of the regulation that allows the commission or the board to get into whether or not anyone feels that it's injurious to a neighborhood, the community, or is in line with the master plan. And that's really, I think, what's been confusing about this case, is that as we've hit the commission and then the board and the commission again and back at the board, there's been a want by the commission to consider those things. And if you really look hard at the laws that apply to this case, which is a request for a bed and breakfast permit, but a really special one because it's just asking for a bed and breakfast permit for a use that already existed, that we used, that was an established vested right prior to the village's change in the regulation in June of 2021. So that distinction matters because it's more of a function of do we meet the elements required of a bed and breakfast? And if you look closely at the report that Director Justice prepared in May of this year, you will find that she marches through each of those requirements and says we've established them all, which is why you heard again tonight that same report recommends approval. What this case has become about, in addition to the things that you're allowed to consider under conditional use and not permissive use, have become about, I believe, a want by the commission and the board to listen to neighbors' opinion about whether a bed and breakfast should be there, but that decision's already been made by the village. The village has already said as a matter of policy, these zones allow bed and breakfast. And so the short-term rentals that were existing are allowed. So this board and the commission shouldn't have engaged in trying to determine whether the neighbors wanted it, and it even involved into our character, whether we're good people, and none of those things really matter to the board. All that should matter to the commission and the board is whether we met the requirements. We did. And if there's any concern about, well, what does that mean? And I heard you, Trustee Radnovich, at the last hearing, listening in from Bogota, you were concerned and you brought up a personal example of somebody across the ditch from you who, short-term rental, and as you termed it, absentee owner, that police calls were made and had to respond to a party. The issue in this case, and you'll see it from the record, there's no indication that anyone has ever been called out to our neighborhood. But that's not an appropriate consideration either. The fear that someone might rent the house and might violate the law is not a reason for you to disprove the application at this point. But what you have in the bed and breakfast section, 9.2.25, when you get to that section, is really a robust ability to regulate and enforce and control how people are renting bed and breakfast. So there's a revocation process. We have to cooperate and agree to cooperate in any investigation. The neighbors have full access to the village if there was ever a violation. So to judge us on the front end and to analogize us to your neighbor who may have done those things is inappropriate at this stage. If that ends up being the case, there's a remedy for it, and that's the appropriate one, which is neighbors should report that. We should cooperate in an investigation. And if we truly did rent to people who were violating the law or the village regulations, you would be in a position to revoke because you reconsider these things every year. So I'm just gonna, most of this is in the brief, and I hope you read it. It was 10 pages. I gave you reasons to reverse the commission. The first is that they violated the board's order. You guys sent it back in May. No, I think June. No, is that right? No, April. Okay, so you guys sent it back in April and signed a legal contract with us saying this application is complete, consider it on the merits. And instead of considering it on the merits, they denied on procedure for the same reason they denied the first time, which resulted in the appeal and the agreement to go back. And so they violated the board's order to consider and rule on the merits. The second reason is that it violated the contract that we signed. The village signed and we signed that it was complete and should be given a ruling on the merits. That wasn't done, and you have a chance to correct it. The application was actually complete upon filing, and if you look in my brief, I go through why that's so. And then I make the argument that the decision was arbitrary and capricious. So there were 11 total applications that asked to be grandfathered in. Bed and breakfast, short-term rentals that pre-existed the change in the regulation. 11 of us that got our applications, or at least some portion of our applications, in by the October deadline. Of the 10 that aren't us, 4 of those were missing required documents prior to the hearing, and it was the policy of the director's office to work with those people, which I think is appropriate. Give people access to protect their rights and work with people. As she said, the forms were not easy to follow, and it was confusing about what was actually required, so she worked with people. And you'll see in my brief as well, a subsection of the 4 actually were incomplete even after the hearing. So in other words, the commission said, that's fine, it's not complete, we approve, we know what you're doing, just get the documents in. You gotta get the documents in before we give you the license. And I went through and cited each of those, and it's thanks to the public access that this is on your website. One was actually untimely, so it came after the deadline entirely. Didn't meet the deadline in an incomplete form, met it in an incomplete form. No, didn't meet it at all. And that one, Ms. Justice worked with that person to allow them to have the same ability that a grandfathering in would. Many of those were not completed until even after ours was complete, according to the planning and zoning director, which for us was in December. And then the last thing I argue is that one of them I covered, which I wrap into the denial of constitutional due process under both the federal and the New Mexico Constitution, that this invitation to consider neighbor opposition as a reason to apply rules more strictly or more favorably is really quite dangerous, I think, for the village, because it invites, and I'm not saying it occurred in this case, but it could invite the kind of discrimination that I think we all try to protect against. The other reason, and you'll see this as well, is that Commissioner Dan Gay laid out pretty strongly his strong personal feelings against bed and breakfast, his belief that he ought to vote for the neighbors, and because of that, I felt that he should recuse himself and asked him to. He didn't rule on it, but it was clear it was really upsetting to him. And as you see from the decision, in both times this has been before the commission, it's been a 3-2 decision. And so his participation mattered. And the reasons to grant, the village ordinance requires it. If you look through the elements, you'll see we've met all of them. Every single other application was approved, even ones that were incomplete, even ones that were late, even ones that were incomplete after the hearing. And the village just engaged in a policy, which I think it has to be consistent with, of working with people. That's 40% of the applications that had deficiencies, and 100% of those were approved. And then I think most importantly, the director's recommendation is to improve. I don't know how much time I have.
I think there's 4 more minutes.
Okay.
You want,
Oh, thank you.
okay, there we go, 2:30. Sorry.
So, let's see. I was going to march through each of these, and you're probably thanking God by now that you gave me this 15-minute time limit, which I think is appropriate. So let's see where to go. All right. So if you look at the director's report, and that's the May 14th report that Director Justice prepared before she She left the village. Her analysis states at page, and I guess this is 100 of the packet, the complete application meets the requirements if the operation has legally non-conforming status. And then she concludes on page 102 that the department recommends approval as of our application, a request for a bed and breakfast permit as allowed by that section in the A1 zone with the following conditions and findings. I can try to anticipate some of your questions, which may be what were the extending circumstances in your case that warranted a request for additional time? Because I don't know if you saw that the first commission hearing that we had actually came after a request of Ms. Justice for continuance. We were overseas. We had been in Colombia and just finished up and got back 6 weeks ago. So our lives are pretty upside down right now still. But we were in Colombia when all of this happened, including when the village changed its ordinance, including when the deadline to meet our application was. Fortunately, got it in time. And my wife was traveling back and forth at that time during COVID to UNM Hospital. She's an OBGYN there. And so our lives were really quite difficult. And I thought the hardship that we laid out at the hearing at the commission was compelling. It's not every day you have circumstances like those, but the commission was just really unwilling to give us the 2 weeks we needed. That was strange because there was no prejudice because we weren't short-term renting at the time. So it's not as if the neighbors were having to experience short-term rental while we got our stuff together. It just wasn't being rented that way. It was long-term. And I'll save the rest for rebuttal.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we have a person in favor. Mr. Brad Houghton, I understand he's on Zoom, is that correct?
Mayor, I think.
Oh, Maria, come on.
That was the 15 minutes total for the applicant, Mayor. We have Mr. Brad Houghton on
Okay,
Zoom.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, he's on Zoom. Sure.
Okay, can you hear me?
Well, people have signed up, but in my, I will be getting to other people. There will be a request for anybody in the audience to speak either in favor, but right now we're only taking people who are speaking in favor.
I understood that in the appeal process, it was limited to the people that spoke in the past.
Ms. Winter, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That answers the question. Okay, Mr. Brad Houghton, are you ready?
Mr. Houghton, did you speak? Mr. Houghton, Brad Houghton,
I'm ready
did you
to speak if you are ready for me to speak.
Did you speak at the initial meeting that this was originally heard at?
I did not.
Unfortunately, we're unable to take your public comment tonight. This is limited to individuals who spoke at the public hearing at the Planning and Zoning Commission. My apologies.
Okay. We now have. Yes, you can. Absolutely. Please come forward. You have 2 minutes. State your name and address for the record.
Okay. My name is Maria Montoya, and our property is at 8650 Rio Grande Boulevard. So very, very briefly, we applied on time to be grandfathered in for a short-term rental. That application was considered incomplete and went before planning and zoning, at which time it was denied. That application was then augmented and clarified. And then prior to the Board of Trustees meeting, we signed a legally binding document with Nan Winter and by Tiffany Justice saying that our application should be remanded back down to planning and zoning, should be considered complete and should be considered on the merits, just like my husband said. Despite that, planning and zoning denied again for the same exact reason it did in the first case, which was that the application was initially incomplete. So we're going around in circles. So very simply, I ask this, please approve our request. And if not, grant us an exception, a hardship, and provide us the same leniency that you provided other applicants who applied late while they were vacationing. Grant us this leniency as we were deployed abroad in service of our country. Thanks.
Thank you. Danielle, is this list correct?
Mayor and trustees, the list that you have been given is the individuals who signed up in favor and or opposition, and those individuals did speak at the initial meeting that was held at the Planning and
So
Zoning.
they can't speak anymore?
Yes, they can speak.
They can, okay, that's what I'm
Correct.
asking. Okay, so would Miss Maria Reedy come forward? I'm sorry. Can I take more comment in favor?
Miss Mayor and trustees, let's go with the list of the individuals who have signed up,
Yes,
and then we will call on the individuals who did not,
okay,
but spoke at the meeting at the Planning and Zoning Commission.
okay. That answers my question. So I need to move to Maria Reedy. Please come forward. No, this is opposition. We're gonna go, we're gonna get back to that. We will get back to, that's what I heard you say. We can get back to that, correct?
Mayor,
Well, I need to know.
my apologies. On your notes, it indicates individuals who have signed up prior to speak in favor, and you have the list.
Right.
Now it's for individuals to speak in favor who did not sign up prior. Then we will go to the individuals who signed up on the list in opposition.
Okay.
Then we will go to the individuals who did not sign up.
Okay,
Same thing for those
okay.
who spoke otherwise, but you needed to have spoken at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting.
So please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
I'm David Montoya, and I live at 517 Pueblo Solano, Northwest. I just wanted to kind of lay out for you guys what's happened to me on a property. And I want you to know that Maria and Chris bought this property at the time when this was permissive. It wasn't something they begged for or did anything. And something similar happened to me, and I want you to know how frustrating it is. I have property at Ortega and 4th that wasn't even in the village, and I had a construction yard there, but I went and worked with Alfredo and brought that property and a large chunk of property into the village, including this one. I brought them all by knocking on doors and getting people to sign up. Then the planning and zoning tried to take away my construction yard for something I already had. It was weird. And I had to go to planning and zoning, and guess what? I almost had to beg, and I won 3-2. If not, I would have been appealing in front of you for a right that I had. And it's just weird. I want you to know that it's hard to beg for what is a right that you have. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak in favor? Okay, we're going to move to anyone wishing to speak in opposition. Now, yes, go ahead.
Normally in the past, Janelle will read the email correspondence, the written correspondence, speaking against or for.
Well, I hear you. Let's have her answer that question.
This is a public hearing, therefore you're providing testimony under oath. I cannot read comments for another individual.
Okay. I think that
Mayor?
answers that. Yes.
His email is included in the packet, and he is listed to speak if he so chooses to.
Your name is on this list. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
do we need to see if anybody online wants to speak in favor
yes,
that was at the hearing, that spoke at the
Is there a
hearing?
hand raised?
If there's anybody online right now that would like to speak in favor, that spoke at the previous hearing, please use your raise your hand button now.
Okay, so now we're going to move to those wishing to speak in opposition. And I have this list in front of me with 4 names, and then I'll go get to the audience. Let's start with Miss Maria Reedy. Please come forward. State your name and address. You have 2 minutes. Sorry for the confusion.
That's all right. Good evening, Mayor, trustees, staff. My name's Maria Reedy. I live at 8642 Rio Grande. This applicant has had many meetings, always asking for deferrals or continuances. They are never ready. The P&Z denied their application in 2020. They appealed to the trustees. The trustees upheld the decision of denial. Then the appellate court dismissed it. They applied in 2021 for nonconforming use. The application was sloppy, very confusing, and included a date of October 6th with no signature. They were granted a deferral and then asked for a second one. No public notice was posted, and the P&Z denied it again. They appealed to the trustees again. A signature miraculously appeared on the application in December, but was still dated October 6th. Seems fraudulent to me, but I'm not an attorney. The trustees remanded back to the P&Z. At the June 14th meeting, the P&Z again denied the application. Now a third appeal. They should know the criteria for appeals by now. They haven't lived here for 2 years, but they never put in a change of address. The village received the actual notice back. For this reason, another continuance was granted. Mr. Hooten stated that he had passed Balloon Fiesta rentals that he acquired through Airbnb. He rented to them the following year, excluding Airbnb. Will they cut the village out too? Hopefully, we all watched this debacle of a meeting and a line of irrelevant badgering by Mr. Hooten under the guise of cross-examination. I mention this only because this is who we deal with. Mr. Hooten has proven himself to be a bully attorney who uses intimidation and harassment to try to get his way. This is how they will run their business. Deadlines and commitments mean nothing. We do not trust them to run a commercial business in our little private dead-end lane. I ask you to deny this application. They've done nothing right.
Ms. Reedy,
Excuse me.
Airbnb is
up.
Your time has expired.
Okay, I close with an Airbnb is a high density on a small private lane to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Christian Reedy, please come forward. State your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, trustees, fellow residents. My name is Christian Reedy. I live at 8642 Rio Grande. When the applicants presented their application for the November 2021 meeting for remote operators to be grandfathered in BB 21-12, which is still in front of us, and they have included the guest house, which we had just spent the previous 2 years determining without a shadow of a doubt that it was not eligible to be rented. Why on earth would you come right out and poke the hornet's nest and rattle the cages, essentially forcing all of us to come out again and beg for our property rights of privacy and security? Additionally, They were requesting too many rooms from both dwellings on the property. The application was incomplete, confusing, and dated but unsigned. These items and requesting to rent a guest house previously cited for violation, the procedural omissions, alterations, and modifications to the application as it went through the process clearly separate this application from all the other applications that had been submitted. As I read through the appeal, the applicants feel that every decision or action that they don't agree with is arbitrary. They claim that they were not allowed the opportunity to argue their case, and now they've been singled out or victimized. I strongly disagree. We are now just 3 weeks short of a year of discussing this item. Even this appeal was not filed on time. The request for an extension to appeal this technically was not even on time. The village arbitrarily now allowed them the extra time to file, but I guess that's okay. But for all the unmentioned and unappreciated courtesy shown the applicants by the village staff, the departments, they still 2 times in this appeal suggest further legal action if the decision is unfavorable. I say, wow. I don't trust the applicants running a remote operated business on our shared private drive, and I strongly desire you to uphold the twice denied application. Thank you all for the ability to speak.
Mr. Bill Shen, please come forward. State your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
I'm Bill Shen. I'm 8646 Rio Grande. My objection is actually based on administrative procedure and codified ordinance. The administrative procedure, by administrative procedure, this particular application, BB 2112, is not complete. Now, why do I say that? Because you can look at the application. We already established the application was not signed as of October 6, 2021. But if you look at that on page 107 on your packet, you see that application is magically signed, okay? That is signed and dated October 6, 2021. And furthermore, there is a planner's notation that says that particular signed application is accept October 6, 2021. That cannot be true, okay? That document is altered document. So by basic administrative procedure, you may not accept altered documentation. That application is not valid. It does not exist at this point, okay? Second thing is about the appeal process. The appeal is late. If you look at the appeal date is June 8th. It does 16, the 15 day deadline should be June 30th. That's July 8th, I'm sorry, July 8th. It should be June 30th. And that's late. And if you look at the codified ordinance about appeal, that nowhere in that ordinance allow this extension of the appeal. The whole rule about extending the appeal past the 15-day deadline to circumvent your codified ordinance, that is nowhere in the ordinance. So I don't know where that rule comes from. It just come out of thin air.
Excuse me, your time has expired.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just basically urge you that to enforce your codified ordinance and to deny this appeal. Thank you.
Okay, we have Loretta Chavez Smith signed up. Please come forward, state your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Loretta Chavez Smith, 536 Chavez Avenue, Northwest.
Ms. Smith, before you go on, did you speak at the?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I was on the agenda. This, I'm not for it. I'm not against it. There has been so much contention on what's happened with this application since October of 2021. There's been a rift with neighbors, family. This needs to be denied and restarted fresh. There is so much on this application that is wrong and that has been wrong. And so these families that live on these close streets can mend and then move forward, because this is not our village. This is tearing a village apart. Your neighbors over something like this. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. At this time, is anyone in the audience wishing to comment otherwise? Go ahead. Apparently no one. Kiko, is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to comment otherwise?
If you are in the online meeting and you spoke at the original hearing, please use the raise your hand button. Mr. Mayor, there are no hands raised.
At this time, would Ms. Montoya or Mr. Houghton, would you now like to respond? If so, please approach the podium. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'll just address some of the issues, and I'll do my best to steer clear of anything that would cause further conflict. So the guest house application that was mentioned by some of my neighbors, that is a separate application. That one was denied. That one doesn't have anything to do with this one. That was a request for a conditional use to allow us to rent a guest house that is not a permissive use. And so at that application, we did receive neighbor input and their opinion about how it would be injurious to the neighborhood and not good for the community. And we argued that it would, and we argued that it was in line with the master plan. And all that was entirely appropriate for the commission and the board to consider because of the rule that I read at the beginning. It's really important to keep this distinction because that's the guest house application for conditional use. This is a application for a bed and breakfast for a use that was completely legal. There was no requirement that we do it through Airbnb. There was no requirement for how short or how long you could rent your main house. Simply, you could rent your main house, whether you did it private transaction or through a platform. And this application is about recognizing that existing right. And so your view, the facts that you can consider in making that determination are much more limited. There's no place in the regulation that gives you authority to consider injury to the neighborhood, whether it's good for the community. These are just rights that existed, and if we show that we use the rights and they vested, and that we've met the requirements of the bed and breakfast, it's approved, and you hold over us in terms of enforcement and regulation, revocation, and this robust process that neighbors can, call in concerns, and we're required to cooperate with an investigation. So I hope that distinction's clear. The other thing is, I hope you won't deny our application because we've used the process the village has set up to adjudicate some of these things. In some cases, I think you can agree, neighbors trying to resolve it is probably not the best idea, and we need a neutral arbiter. And that's what this board and commission stand for, is it's a place we can make these arguments, and you can decide on the facts and law, because some issues just can't be resolved by the neighbors. There's some things that they don't want us to do on our property and some things that we have a right to do, and so we just fundamentally disagree about that. So we turn to you to adjudicate these, and I hope you won't hold it against me that I've exercised appeal, and I hope you won't hold it against me that we had appeals in other cases. As far as what I think the core of my neighbors' concerns are, privacy and security, I'm gonna do the very best that I can to honor those concerns. There are concerns too. We spend a lot of money every month to hold on to this piece of property. It matters to us a great deal. We have 3 young kids. We've got a caretaker that lives on the property that's a part of the family. we would not rent this property in a way that put at risk our property or our neighbors. And so I'm going to do everything that I can. We may not always be on the property, but somebody will. The caretaker will be there, and he's been there the entire time that we've been in Columbia. And I think if those pictures came through that he submitted, we've kept beautiful care of the property. And I think if you look back at the commission hearing the last time, our neighbors acknowledged that. And they also acknowledged that there's never been, to their knowledge, a security violation of anyone we run into for the main house. There's never been a call-in on somebody who was short-term renting our main house. But I hear those concerns. I hope you'll rule on the facts and the law. I hope you'll put aside all the conflict and make a ruling consistent with the evidence and the law. And I hope you'll trust me to rent the house. I think we take good care of it. And of course, you'll have the ability to hold over us and enforce that we really are taking care of the property and we really are renting to people who are not posing a threat or a risk to our neighbors. Thanks.
At this time, are there any questions or comments from the governing body? I'll start with Trustee Lewis.
Yes, I have one for Mr. Houghton. You all have just moved back, please. So I'm unclear. You just moved back, and so are you still planning to rent the main house? I thought this was your residence. And so I'm a little confused why we're even having this issue if you're moving back to live there. So I was just curious what your plans are in the future.
Thank you for the question, Trustee Lewis. We moved back kind of early, so my detail could have gone and been extended to 6 years. I started at 2. I got a call to come back and help my home office here in Albuquerque, so we came back. We had long-term rented that house, and so their contract doesn't end until November, so we can't move back in yet. We do plan to move back into the house, but when we rented this in 2018 and 2019, what we did is we lived there and we cleaned our house and prepared it for people to come and live in our house. And we moved somewhere else in Albuquerque during those 2 weeks. And so we would anticipate doing the same thing. It wouldn't be a bed and breakfast that is just primarily short-term rented over and over again. It would be the kind of thing consistent with our usage before, which is that's our primary residence. And if somebody wants to rent the house for 2 weeks for Balloon Fiesta or some other event, and we feel like we could clean the whole house to that level and move somewhere in Albuquerque, we would do it, but it'd be that limited.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Trustee Pacheco.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a little clarification. So you're wanting to use the same house that is your primary residence as a bed and breakfast?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you, if and when you were going to have it out as a bed and breakfast, you would move elsewhere?
Correct.
For the duration of the time of the stay?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're going to be a neighbor a lot of the time, I'm assuming?
Yes, ma'am. We'll be there 95% of the time. It would just be those times when it makes sense to rent the house for 2 or 3 weeks. Maybe we're going on vacation, or maybe it's worth it for us to move over to another property or my parents-in-law's house. We'll do it. And there would always be a caretaker on the property who lives there rent-free. He just takes care of the property and keeps an eye on it.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you, ma'am.
Trustee Radnovich.
Let's see. I just have one question. Yeah, please. Why? Why are you doing this? Why are you, I mean, if you're there 90% of the time and you're gone, like most people are during vacations, why are you doing it?
It helps us cover the rent, sir, in short. It helps us cover the rent. I don't know if you're aware of of the value of a house that close to Rio Grande, and that close to Balloon Fiesta during Balloon Fiesta. But the times we rent it, it made it worth it for us to get a little breathing room on the mortgage. And so we did it for that purpose with respect to the main house. Thank you, sir.
Nothing else.
Okay, the floor is now closed for comments. I need a motion to either deny or approve the appeal of BB 21-12.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. I'd just like to preface it that there's, this has been a long-standing process, and I don't think any of us wanted it to go this long. And I hope that neighbors can mend and that some things come together and that we can all move forward. I'd like to make a motion to approve the appeal and therefore reverse P&Z. My motion also includes Director Justice's recommendation of approval with the following conditions. Number one, the operation is subject to the requirements for bed and breakfast establishments listed under Section 9.2.25E1. Number two, per Section 9.2.25E1E, this operation is considered legally non-conforming for the operators off premises during rental. Number three, per Section 9.2.25E1B12, operator must include license number in advertisements. Number four, per Section 9.2.25E1, operator must post license in both dwellings where it is visible. Number five, per Section 9.2.25E1, B&B must be inspected annually by the fire department. Number six, applicant must provide copy of CRS certificate prior to the village business license issuance. And in support of this motion, I would note that Director Justice recommended approval with conditions because the application was in conformance with Section 9.2.25E1. I would also like to note that while the denial below was based on the failure of the applicant to submit a completed application timely, Director Justice expressly indicated in her report that she routinely accepted incomplete applications. Her report noted, I quote, "The department's general practice is to accept incomplete applications by the deadline, and that staff would work with the applicant to submit all required documents as quickly as possible, but no later than by the time the packet is published. This is because most public hearings application forms did not outline the required supplemental documents and information needed to comply with the code as clearly as they could have. She also noted that, and there is no disagreement, that the application with all required supplemental documents was complete as of December 29th, 2021.
I need a second.
I will second that motion. I feel like the village was doing a pretty poor job on handling applications and with a consistency. I think some of that led to us passing the new B&B ordinance. I think that, while I really don't like B&Bs where the people are not at the residence. That's a real strong point for me, but I feel like, again, they have a history of renting. We did not back then have good regulations on who rented and how they rented, and that was some of what we tried to justify with the ordinance. I will, and I believe this is in your report, Mr. Houghton, and I think it was the sincere intent of our passing the ordinance in section 9.2.25. You quote E, 1, C, and F. They place oversight and control in the village's hands. Those sections allow the village through revocation and renewal to maintain careful control over every bed and breakfast to ensure compliance with village rules and safety for the neighborhood. Neighbors also have the ability to observe and report violations that could lead to revocation or denial for renewal. So I am supporting this overturn of planning and zoning because I think they, even though I think they're excellent people and they do a great job, I think they stepped out of bounds. But I am relying on the neighbors and Mr. Houghton and Ms. Montoya to understand that they're going to be watching closely, and we will hear, and then I think there will be very little room for misstep given this past mess that's sort of been taking place, that renewal or revocation would come very quickly. So based on that, I second the motion.
Is there any further discussion from the governing body? Being none, I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
Yes.
Trustee Lewis?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
No.
Motion carries.
Gilbert still out there?
He recused.
Oh, that's right. He
Yes.
recused on this, okay.
So the motion carries 2-1. Now we're going to move to item C, an appeal of BB 22-05, an appeal of the July 12th, 2022 Village of Los Ranchos Planning and Zoning Commission denial of an application by Mark and Jenny Valencia for a bed and breakfast permit as allowed by section 9.2.25, parentheses E, parentheses 1, in the A1 zone in the North Rio Grande character area. The property is located at 7628-1 Rio Grande Boulevard Northwest and is legally known as Lot 1 of plat of lots 1 through 4, Casas de los Santos, projected section 20, Township 11, Range 3 East, New Mexico Principal Meridian. Village of Los Ranchos to Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, New Mexico, as filed in the office of the Bernalillo County Clerk on April 20th, 1994. The property contains 1.2296 acres, more or less. I would like to ask each trustee for a full disclosure of real or potential conflicts of interest with this item of business. Trustee Pacheco?
I have none.
Trustee Benavides?
None.
Trustee Lewis?
I have none.
Trustee Radnovich?
I have none.
Before we start, I would like to remind everyone that we will be following the same quasi-judicial procedures as stated earlier. Attorney Winter, please swear in those standing and those who are participating remotely.
I'd like to just remind everyone that if you spoke at the initial Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and we have your name listed as a speaker or provided comments, you can testify tonight. If you did not, unfortunately, you cannot speak at this meeting.
Ann, would you like to present the report?
Yes, I'm just going to do it briefly. Mayor, trustees, I will present Ms. Justice's June 14th planning report.
Others didn't.
The project includes the following description. The applicants wish to operate a bed and breakfast, B&B, at the residence. The property owners live off premises, but the operators would live on premises. The B&B permit would be issued to the property owners as their business is listed on the application, and they are the business owners. But if the operators no longer live on the property owners would have to be on premise during rental or have new operators live on the premises. B&Bs are allowable in all zones as long as they have a B&B permit. The dwellings on the property are all legally non-conforming and may be used for short-term rental within a B&B permit. Ms. Justice's findings. at the June 14th meeting were to recommend approval of B&B 22-05, a request for a B&B permit as allowed by section 9.2.25E1 in the A1 zone in the North Rio Grande character area with the following conditions and findings. Conditions: A, operation is subject to the requirements for the B&B establishments listed under 9.2.25E1 per the same section. 1B12, operator must include license number in advertisements. Per same section. 1B14, operator must post license in operation where it is visible. And per same section. 1B17, B&B must be inspected annually by the fire department. Thank you.
Will the Valencias approach the podium? Please state your names and addresses for the record. You have 15 minutes to present your application.
Well, I have to be honest, I didn't know I would really have the whole 15. I thought I might be able to share it with I don't want to pronounce their names wrong, but to share it with the individuals who were here last time because we weren't able to be here. And so Don Velpe and...
That's not the way we operate.
Okay, I didn't know. I thought, should I suck up all this time or offer to share it? So let me see, my glasses have broke.
Hi, I'm Mark Valencia.
So we live at this, or we're the owners of this particular property. Our application for permit was denied, predicated on the opinion that approval would be inappropriate without the shared input of those on the roadway that we share, I guess you could say. I don't believe that that permit would have been denied originally if there was more clarity, if you guys had a chance to listen to it. I unfortunately, like Christopher, happened to be overseas during this. It was a trip that was planned far before this time and date stamped. And unfortunately, it came across to so many people who are in this particular, are my neighbors, as just really disrespectful and aloof, I think. But I absolutely couldn't attend. I actually was over the Atlantic when the hearing was going, and it caused great frustration. So for any of you guys who believed that that was just really disrespectful, I just wanted to clear that up. So during the original interaction, there was just a lot of emotion and a lot of energy around presuppositions, I think you could call them, of the property. And there were like, this is gonna be a wellness center, and this is gonna be a hotel. This is going to, it was just so many things. And I think maybe we should have taken more time to sit with our neighbors originally. And to be honest, I don't know if I was being naive or what, but I just, through my conversations with Tiffany, just believed that this was kind of a procedural thing or something, and that's what this interaction is about, is kind of discussing with your neighbors and having a conversation about what has already been lined out by the village and what has already been lined out by our covenants. So through my conversations with Tiffany and through her approval, not that she said it was, not a big deal, but I just didn't realize that it was going to be such a fiasco during the planning and zoning interaction, or else I absolutely would have taken more time to sit with my neighbors and say, we do not plan to have a hotel. We do not plan to have massive events. And, not only that, it would be in contradiction to what is allowed. What you guys as a village have already determined is acceptable usage and all of the guidelines. Tiffany went with us through the entire packet, and she was very supportive. She made it very clear that it met all the regulations, all the codes, and everything that has been set forth by the decision makers somewhere, wherever they are. And so I honestly just didn't, like I said, I just didn't realize it would be such a big deal. It was our misunderstanding. I don't want to make it seem like it was Tiffany's fault by any means. It was definitely our fault for not being a little more sensitive to this whole process. So I don't know if there's a whole lot I want to go on about, because I surely don't want to have the rift that's been described by this process, especially as it lingers and it continues with my neighbors, just because we're gonna hopefully run into each other, you know, at the Lavender Fest or at Satellite or different activities. And so it's not really the direction I want to go to address every single idea that was brought up during that hearing. It was difficult to listen to because, as Christopher said, there were a lot of just thoughts around, well, the Valencias must be horrible people because they're not here, so it was difficult. But I also can admit that I didn't give my neighbors any other chance to form an opinion of me because I didn't take time to meet with them prior. After that meeting, I reached out to the neighbors through Dawn, who has more of a relationship with them. And I did ask, can we get together so that we can just talk about this? And at that point, I believe that they felt it was a little too late or maybe just wasn't the right thing. And so they all declined either to give me their phone number or to come up with a meeting. So I did make an effort. I would just kind of like to reiterate what you said about the disjointedness. Or I don't think you used disjointed, but there definitely is a, I don't know, a messaging that is not really cohesive. There's stuff that's written, there's stuff that's said, and then there's stuff that's executed that I see really does. And if this continues, then you're going to have an entire village who are just horrible with each other because we're all put through this very arduous system. Whereas if we just work to abide by the codes and the regulations and the requirements, and we hold each other accountable for that through the, you know, the things we can do. We can put in writing and ask an investigator and have things removed from us as privileges or as rights. But to remove those rights prior to any act being committed seems like it does cause a little bit of a messaging problem. So I think that's more towards the village than my neighbors, but you know, I'm happy to listen to anything, and I'm sure they have plenty to say, and I just want to be open to that. I don't know, I have 8 minutes left, or is anybody upset that I'm not using all my time?
Ma'am, before you go on, you did not identify yourself or your address, if you would please, for the record.
Jenny Valencia and Mark Valencia. It's 7628 Rio Grande Northeast. Oh.
7628 Rio
The
Grande.
property is 7628. We live at
40 Camino Vega Verde,
Corrales.
which is like a mile away, mile and a half. But anyway, I just want to say I'm not an attorney. That guy did a very good job, very eloquent. I'm a general contractor. And one of the biggest concerns that I heard was safety from my neighbors. Well, I'll just let you guys know, when I purchased that property, I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars because there's people squatting in it right next 100 feet from you. When I cleaned up the landscaping, there's needles on your side of the property, your side, and I have pictures. And so we're not here to, you know, disrupt the harmony of your neighborhood. We're not here to be your enemy. We just want to, you know, make it a nice, quiet place. If Jenny and I and our family were to move there, we have 3 kids. My father lives with us. We have between us at our house right now on an acre, we have 10 cars. Right now there's 2. You know, we're gonna follow the regulations. If how it works, at the most it could be there is 6. You know, so we're not trying to create a party atmosphere. We're not gonna, you know, if people are there, there's 2 people in each space. They're not allowed to bring people over to have activities or entertain. Dawn, who is gonna be there, is a very good judge of character. Since the day I met her, I believe everything on her judge of character and what she says. So we actually have somebody there that's gonna be vetting people. And there could be, she's a long-term eventually owner. We could have long-term renters. We could have short-term. We don't know. We just wanna let you know, we might have both, that that's what our intent is so that there's no deception.
You know, I say if you could please give us a chance to prove to the community and our neighbors, we've increased the beauty of your neighborhood. We're willing to do whatever it takes. We want you to come over. If there's anything I can do as a contractor, we can do to help. We want to be those people, those kind of neighbors. Thank you.
Yeah, and I was just kind of looking over the notes and just kind of to Mark's point, you know, Don and Joe have, they're long-term renters, and they didn't come into this with us with the idea to be operators. That was one of the terms that Tiffany did use, but they are far more than operators. This is their home. They have every intention of being there for a lifetime, and they're working out some details to try to make that happen. We happen to run into them, and at the same time, some things were going on in our family that changed very quickly the vision we had for the property. There were some major heart issues with my father-in-law, and I thought I would end up having an additional set of in-laws living with me, making it a total of 12 vehicles there. And he ended up getting well. It changed our plans very quickly along the very same lines. She had decided that she was moving here from Denver, and this property was a property she wanted to make her home. So we worked closely together. We've followed every single thing, crossed the I's and dotted the T's. We crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's, something that was mentioned earlier. And so we would just ask that you kind of allow this to roll out as intended and as written within the codes and regulations.
And just one last thing, when they're gonna probably stand up here and talk about certain things, like whether it's, you know, working with the zoning and things like that. And we have a very detailed, did you all get the answers to some of your last questions? No? You guys mail this out when you?
And when it's appealed, do you guys send out the I guess not the rebuttals, but the way that we kind of
answered their questions?
The appeal is in the Board of Trustee packet, and it's made available online, yes.
Okay.
So I guess that's it. I'll sit close to the mic because I might have to come back. Oh, I'll sit close to the mic in case we have to come back up and.
Well, you will get an opportunity for 5-minute rebuttal after
Okay, thank
everybody
you.
else. Okay, at this time, I have a list, and the names that are on this list are folks who have spoken before, and all of them oppose. So that means there's no one out there that I can ask in favor. Is that correct?
Unless they did not sign up.
Then I can get
So
them.
let's go ahead and ask those individuals who did not sign up, wishing to speak in favor of this,
Okay, please come forward.
who spoke at the original meeting. Please state your name and address for the record.
You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Dawn Volpe. I'm one of the operators on the property at 7628 Rio Grande Boulevard, Unit Number 1. So you have the packet. You saw the appeal points that we tried to clarify, which were very confusing in the original, the original application meeting. And I understand why, because as we went through this process, it's something we've never done before, we learned as we went. I understand ignorance doesn't discount you from understanding the rules, but as we learned the rules, we made changes to our business plan. We wanted to make sure that we were conforming to all the village codes that were in place. Unfortunately, some mistakes were made on my part. I haven't opened a bed and breakfast before. For example, I erroneously used the name of our subdivision, which has only a handful of houses in it, as the title of our property, the Casa de los Santos Bed and Breakfast. Only later, reading through the covenants more clearly, realizing, oh, this is the name of the property. Just because the sign is on our property, it's the name of the whole community. So there were errors like this that came up during the process that I've been trying to clarify. One of the things that Tiffany said is there was some things in our rule book that had to be taken out, like activities, because activities weren't allowed in the village. So I'm assuming in the packet that you got, there was another updated copy of our rule book, which states all the rules. One of the biggest issues with the neighbors is just traffic and making sure that the road is not overused, and that has also been addressed.
Your time is up, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else in the audience who did not sign up who wishes to speak in favor on this matter? Please come forward. State your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Joe Volpe. I live at 7628 Rio Grande. Just wanted to continue what my wife was talking about in regards to traffic and the neighbors and the respect. We live at the front of the road, front of the easement, number one. So everyone who goes down the road, all the trucks, all the delivery drivers, we are enduring all that traffic, all that dust, and we totally understand your concern, and we feel for that situation. We just want to be part of the community and provide a wonderful environment for people to come and be. And we don't want there to be confusion. We don't want parties. I'm retired. I want a quiet life. I want to be in a place where I know what's going on and I'm gardening and I see my neighbors. And so, yeah, we don't want this to be something that there's contention. And that's it. I'm very much in favor of this.
Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to speak in favor who did not sign up? Please come forward.
My name is Christy LaMariana. I live at 140 Camino Vega Verde in Corrales. Jenny and Mark are my neighbors of a decade. Dawn and Joe are my family of 30 years. There's no reason for them not to be granted this. They are good people, they are good neighbors, and they will only enrich the village of Los Ranchos. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience? Please come forward. State your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
Miriam Fernandez, 250 Bazan Loop, Corrales.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Did you speak at the original planning and zoning hearing?
I did not.
Okay, unfortunately, you cannot testify tonight, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, let me check online if there's.
Please, check online.
Is there anybody online that spoke at the original hearing that would like to speak in favor? Please use the raise your hand button. Mr. Mayor, there's no hands raised.
Okay. Now I go to the list of those in opposition. Mr. Craig Olson, please come forward. You have 2 minutes. State your name and address for the record. Of course, of course. Yeah. You will get 2 minutes.
My name is Craig Olson. I live at 7628 Rio Grande Boulevard Northwest, Unit 4. And I want to first thank the Planning and Zoning Commission that listened to this. They listened to what the presentation was for. They had a lot of people against this. They voted 4-1 not to let this happen. It was denied. I think they did an excellent job in that process. I've read all the appeal comments. I disagree with many of them. If you had a lot of time, we could go through each one individually. I'm not going to do that, but I have 5 very serious comments that you have in front of you. The first one, and this is quite outstanding, I say, I claim the applicants basically lied on the original application. 3 of the 4 buildings on that property in Unit 1 are illegal. That's been established in my previous meetings with the mayor and others. What they did in the main building, it never had a permit. On the application for a B&B, the applicant lists a, quote, second dwelling. It's having 2,692 square feet and 3 guest bedrooms. There is no such building. They have a main building and 3 smaller illegal buildings. So the statement they made is not honest. They swear and affirm that that information is true. It's not. So does this blatant disregard for the truth make the application null and void? We need a ruling from the Village of Los Ranchos Legal Counsel. Second comment, the applicants changed the content in their house rules from that in the original application. In the appeal version, a whole section which dealt with wellness activity was left out. So it's my understanding the appeal must be for the original version. The applicants cannot change the content of their application for an appeal and expect the appeal version to be approved. We need a ruling from the Los Ranchos Legal. Go on. I'm sorry I'm running out of time already. The applicants at the original hearing were told if they could consider it with the application. They didn't. They were also told if it's denied, they need 6 months before they can reapply. That's a codified ordinance, and they're trying now to say, oh, we can't do that. In the original application, they were told if they want to have a wellness center, they need a separate application.
Your time is up, sir, but we do have your written comments.
Okay? Thank you. The very last comment. They're talking, this is a private business, commercial business, on a private road easement. That's one of our major objections. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a Tammy Clef in the audience? Please come forward, state your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
Tammy Clef, 7628, Unit 2. I brought up some points last time. All I'm looking for, and I think we're looking for, is full transparency. I feel like it hasn't been, that there's still question whether it's going to have medical or not. I drove home one day, there was a medical van there delivering medical things a couple of weeks after we were here last time. That's extremely concerning to me. There's been already many cars going down our road that is a private road with just the 4 of us, 5 of us down the road. And there is now much more traffic where it used to be none. I'm not sure if it's because of the sign on the front of Rio Grande or just other various things. The 20 parking spots that was on the identified on the beginning, that was a question as well. There was 20 identified spots, which is concerning in the sense that I feel like at some point in time, eventually they could say, well, it was always on the plan of what we gave. My intent is to not be a bad neighbor, not to have any malice or anything with this. We've all neighbors here living here have lived here 23 plus years. And we're close little neighborhood, and we just want to be sure what's really going to happen.
Thank you. Is there an Andy in the audience? Andy, please come forward. State your name and address. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, trustees. Andrew Pope, 7634 Rio Grande Boulevard Northwest. So we're just adjacent north to the property in question here. I don't think it would have mattered. Well, actually, there was plenty of opportunity after the denial for them to get in contact with us. Those efforts weren't made. In fact, more inconveniences were created with plantings that are outside ancient grapevines that were planted by Alfredo Garcia, who's on that wall behind everybody. So no one ever asked us about that. It's harvest season for grapes right now. We still make wine to honor Alfredo's legacy. We woke up on a Saturday at 9 a.m. to chainsaws go into those grapevines. Those are 70-year-old grapevines. You didn't know that because you never asked us. That's ridiculous. There's no neighborliness going on here. You know personally one of the people on our road, Maggie Hirsch. She wasn't able to be here tonight, but their kids went to school together. You can't tell me you couldn't have reached out. Okay.
Well, let's not have discourse between the.
Sure.
Finish your time. You have 57 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But I think either way, whether it was before or after, nobody on the road wants this. And as I understand it, they bought the property 6 months ago, maybe. The ordinances have changed since then, so the grandfathering in and all that, that doesn't exist for this. It is very much about, is it injurious to the neighbors? Absolutely. Not a single person wants this, including Maggie. So that's the point I want to make, that nobody is in favor of this. If it's a great idea, you're welcome to put it next to your own property and have it a bed and breakfast right next to you. Nobody else wants it. The people you're trying to put it next to don't want it at all. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience who spoke at the last meeting who wishes to speak in opposition? Please come forward. Go ahead. Danielle?
If they signed up, meaning at the Planning and Zoning Commission? No, sir.
Okay. Please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Veronica Navigato. I live at 7634 Rio Grande, and I'm speaking in opposition of the bed and breakfast or wellness center. The wellness center or bed and breakfast is on a private driveway, and it's a driveway that our kids walk back and forth on. The neighbors on that driveway have been nice enough to let my kids learn how to ride bikes on there, all that stuff that we supposedly don't have in Los Ranchos. We have a lot of kids in that neighborhood, and I think that having the bed and breakfast would be problematic in many ways. We have too much traffic there as is, and the ordinance was put into effect before you guys bought the property. So I don't think you guys were ever really in a state to make the bed and breakfast there. The other thing that is difficult for me is that on your paperwork, there was the name of a doctor that was deceased, and I don't know how that name would have popped on there, but it seems super unethical. And what ends up happening is that every time we talk to the neighbors that are taking care of the property, we say, hey, don't take a chainsaw to our grapes when they're at 24 bricks of sugar. Right, this is stuff in this small community that people wouldn't do. You would not cut somebody's apple trees right before it's time to pull. You would never touch their grapevines, a week before it's time to harvest those. So those are the things that by you guys not living here, you guys don't get, and I think that's problematic to the village. The paperwork with the doctor, that really it feels very unethical. Everybody's saying they don't know how this doctor got on this wellness center.
Please, no discourse. You have 4 seconds, ma'am.
That everybody seems to be like, we just don't know. We never did this before. I don't want you to practice on us. I don't give consent for you to practice.
Your time is up, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience who spoke at the last meeting who wishes to speak at this time in opposition? Is there anyone wishing to comment otherwise? Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Valencia, go ahead. Did you speak at the last?
I did not. I was in the hospital.
But you can't speak.
I'm a neighbor, so.
You can't speak. You cannot speak. Okay. I understand, but we have a rule. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, let me check if there's anybody online.
Check the Zoom.
Is there anybody online that would like to speak in opposition that spoke at the last hearing? Please use the raise your hand button. Mr. Mayor, there are no hands raised.
Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Valencia, would you now like to respond? If so, please approach the podium. You have 5 minutes.
So real quick, the speculation over the business purpose of wellness on the Rio Grande, the name of the business has no legal effect on the operation of the business. The representation of the permit, Exhibit C, and the House rules that are submitted reflect the operation of the business, and any speculation surrounding the name of the business is not to be given any weight. I don't know where any of that, we have a handbook that specifies the business that's going on there, which just is renting short-term or long-term. Well, actually, short-term.
Sure, and one of the things there was something said, like, they lied on an application, like the size is this. Everything that is on there is information that we have either personally measured or observed with the property, the units, the size. I mean, it's all, I just don't know what that is about. I'm sorry, I don't understand what that is.
Maybe they could produce that.
I don't yeah, what is it then something that shows that we're inaccurate on our measurement, but,
Excuse me, can you speak into the microphone, please?
So I just need clarity on what was inaccurate on the measurement that it was said that we lied. Yes, the handbook was slightly revised, not because it wasn't in accordance and not because it was necessary for approval, but because we wanted to make sure the neighbors knew that we heard them. And one of their concerns was, like, there's so many parking spaces. Well, we were told that we needed to list every available parking space. It's a big property. So yeah, there's 20 parking spaces. And that's just what we were told. This idea that there's some doctor, once again, this paperwork has never been produced. I don't know what doctor's name was on what. We're not doctors. They're not doctors. I don't know. So that was something that was odd. One of the things I want to say, because I want to give her just a second too to talk, is we were called immediately whenever our landscapers were there, because they said, just so you know, we got yelled at about, they were very specific that the only vine they touched was a vine that was not possibly going to choke out some of the evergreens that were recently planted. He didn't touch anything else. Dawn went out immediately. There wasn't this giant chainsaw running around cutting down vines. And there's photos there to show that not one vine that was there was cut. It was literally some stranglers that caught onto a tree. There's okay.
All right, let me answer the egress. So the entrance to the Airbnb is off Rio Grande. We do not have to go on to the easement, but it is a private access easement. It's also known as a right of ingress and egress. The purpose of an ingress easement is to access property not otherwise accessible by a public road. The scope of the use and the easement is narrowed and is measured by the nature of the purpose of an easement. That the nature of the egress easement is the right of the person to enter, go upon, and return from the lands in question. However, our main access is off Rio Grande. They're using it as if this is a driveway for them. It is not the access. We have
private access
with an electric gate off of Rio Grande. We do not have to use that except for on occasion, and we were willing to put signs and mark it clearly to not access that if necessary.
I really want to give her a full minute. So I just there's some things that I wrote down in reference to
May I interject? You asked earlier if you could share time, and we said you could not.
Oh, so we can't share it with her, just us two. Okay, no worries, got it. Then I can slow down. So what I would say to all of you is that one of the things that was said in the last meeting was that the shared input of others. And while I agree that there is this forum and the shared input is just important as a community, especially for us to have these conversations, I would also ask you to consider our rights and our understanding, and your very own director who for months worked with us on this, approved it, stated she approved it, gave us all of the reasons and things we would need to do in order for it to stay in a good status. I would ask that you consider that we have met, of course, those regulations for permits, for the covenants are very clearly spelled out. These covenants are something, as they mentioned, for 20 years they've been living under, and that they all accepted when they moved into the property. These covenants have been in place for as long as the area has been in existence. In essence, I'd ask that while you consider the objections from the minority or from the others, that you also consider our rights as property owners and Dawn's right as not only a resident, but also in many ways a property owner as well, not just an operator, definitely. I guess that's it. I can take a breath.
Okay, you may be seated. At this time, are there?
Application too, just so you know, so she thought she might have time.
No.
Okay.
At this time, are there any questions or comments from the governing body? Let me start with Trustee Lewis.
this is a situation where I think based on the ordinances, you know, it's been approved by planning and zoning that it meets the full ordinance. It also states in our ordinance, this section is not intended to provide any owner of residential property with the right or privilege to violate any private conditions, covenants, or restrictions applicable to the owner's property that may prohibit the use of such owner's residential property for short-term rental purposes as defined in this section. Furthermore, we get down here, number G, the Village of Los Ranchos does not take responsibility for information on or enforcement of covenants. So based on planning and zoning's decision to deny because of the private road, I think that's an area that we don't get involved in private roads. So they have met the village ordinance. However, I hate to see government step in and make a decision when hopefully neighbors could work it out. I feel like legally, we would be required to overturn the decision made by planning and zoning, but my inclination would be to defer this till next month and hopefully come back that some neighbors have worked it out or gotten questions answered, or see if it's even possible. But it sure seems like there's a lot of things up in the air that I don't think you want government making the decision at this time. It's just my inclination. So thank you.
Trustee Pacheco?
I agree with Trustee Lewis that there are a number of things that just seem to be up in the air with this particular case. And I would agree that I feel like we need to get a little bit more clarification from staff with regard to this case. And I think that I would agree with Trustee Lewis that I feel like we need to defer this for a couple of reasons, and that being some more communication and definitely some clarification from staff.
Trustee Benavides?
Yes, I tend to agree with Trustees Pacheco and Lewis in regards to deferring this. I don't think I have enough information to really make a decision on this at the moment. So let me go through some of the things that I have an issue with. So I heard Mark Valencia say that some of the renters are long-term renters, or maybe one. So my question, and this is probably a legal question, is when does a short-term rental become a long-term rental, or is it no longer a short-term rental? I mean, could this actually be an apartment complex? I think, well, let's see, covenants, I don't know if we should get involved with that. Maybe that's also a question for the attorney. These buildings are legally non-conforming, and I suspect that, I don't know the reason why, I suspect it's because they violate the FAR, floor area ratio, just looking at the buildings on the piece of property, but I could be wrong about that. So it's interesting that, you know, there's a lot of buildings on there, and they're able to do what they're asking to do because of that. But, you know, maybe that's legally they're in the right there. I just don't know about that. There is something in our ordinance that I think is confusing. And let me see if I can tell you what it is. Okay, bed and breakfast operator, this is on page 184. So this is the definition. This is our own code here. Means that the person or persons who own and operate a bed and breakfast establishment. Okay, So just going by that first statement, it seems to say that the operator needs to own, it's not or, it's and. However, it goes on to say it does go on to say the operator may be a property owner or otherwise authorized resident of the property. So there's a conflict in the definition of what it means to be an operator. So I'd like some clarification on that. There's somebody brought up the issue about 6 months before filing again. And I see that on page 186 at the top of the page. It says an application for a bed and breakfast for the same property has not been filed within 6 months from the date of the final action on the prior application. I suppose we can say that there has not been final action if there's been an appeal, but I'd like for our attorney to weigh in on that. And yeah, so I do favor a deferral, and hopefully we can get some of those questions answered.
Trustee Radnovich.
Mayor and fellow trustees, I agree with everything that Trustee Lewis said and Pacheco and Benavides. I came up with the same question in our definitions. Bed and breakfast operator means a natural person or persons who own and operate a bed and breakfast. That says to me something very different than even what we're allowing. I think there's some real issues with our bed and breakfast ordinance, to be honest. The other thing I noted on my notes here on page 185, under 9G, events are prohibited. I think we ought to define what events are, because I don't know what that means. The other thing that I noticed on our ordinance, actually, and this is more about our ordinance than this case, so apologies. Upon 3 notices of violation, a 365-day period, a bed and breakfast permit is deemed revoked. If under revocation, this is under the revocations clause. So, one more thing, I'm sorry. This one says, and this is under section 9.2.25E1B, it says that the proof of primary, the required proof may not, sorry. The required proof of residence is for the operators, and this is met with proof of residential lease agreement meeting. This suffices as proof of primary residence. So I think that's a really confusing statement. And like Trustee Benavides, I think there's a lot of confusion in this ordinance. So with that, I have no other comments.
Okay, the floor is now closed for comments. I need a motion, and I sense that the motion will be to defer.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we defer this issue. One, to get a lot of these questions cleared up. So I would defer it for 60 days.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Any discussion from the governing body? None. I'll call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. I suggest a 5-minute break, and then we'll continue, and I expect to complete everything on the agenda tonight. move to item 11, which is new business. 11A, discussion and approval of resolution number 2022-09-01. A resolution authorizing an approval of a celebration permit. Administrator Simon? Are you? Okay. Okay, Ann, we're ready for you to make your presentation on 11A. The approval of the celebration permit.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees. 11A, as you know, we don't allow alcohol to be vended or consumed on village property, except in the case of a celebration permit that you allow. This is a permit to allow alcohol vending by Kelly Jo Design by Wine during and Hops Brewery during the Agri-Nature Center's Fall Festival, which will be held on October 15th at the Larry P. Abraham Agri-Nature Center.
Thank you. With that, I need a motion to approve resolution number 2022-09-01, celebration permit.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2022-09-02.
01.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, 01.
Okay.
Apologies.
I need a second.
I second.
Any discussion from the governing body? Being none, is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this matter? Is there anybody participating remotely that wishes to speak on this matter? Go.
There are no hands raised.
Okay. The floor is now closed for comments. I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
Yes.
Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Lewis?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Item B, discussion and approval of resolution number 2022-09-02, a resolution adopting the FY 2024-2028 Infrastructure Capital Improvement Program. Administrator Simon.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees. MEDA is passing out a corrected version of the final summary of the ICIP. We got some great feedback, both during our time at the farmers market and through messages and phone calls that we received from residents. The only project that didn't actually make it onto the list was the suggestion for a dog park over at our chipping yard. And that's something we can look into, and I don't think we have to take to the legislature. The correction that you have before you is on the fifth project from the bottom. It's the Veterans Memorial Project. Per the advice of Representative Day Hockman V. Hill, we increased that to $50,000 to occur in 2025. It's very difficult for the legislature to justify items that are less than $50,000, and given the need to have accessible ramps or a park entrance or any other pedestal or any other landscaping, we could easily justify a $50,000 project there. So that was the only change. And I stand for questions of any of the projects.
Okay, before we get to questions, I need a motion to approve resolution number 2022-09-02.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2022-0902.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
Is there any discussion from the governing body? Let me start with Trustee Lewis.
We have the opportunity in future years, if I understand this correctly, to move them around based on how funding's coming in, whether it's tight or not tight.
That is correct.
Okay, then I have no questions.
Trustee Pacheco.
I have no questions.
Trustee Benavides.
Yeah, just one question. I'm just curious, where would the location of the Veterans Memorial be?
My understanding, it will be in the barn parking lot. Probably the southeast corner or someplace in that area where it's easily accessible. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's good enough for now.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Trustee Radnovich.
I just have a couple of things, Mayor. One is, I'm assuming the third item is the GEO bond? Is that right?
Mayor, Trustee Radnovich, that is correct.
Okay. And then...
Sorry.
Yes.
It is the same request. However, we're going at it from two different directions because the GEO bond item that you passed in special session was only to get the ballot measure on the ballot. This is a request to the legislature.
Got it. The second question I have is, it seems to me that, and the fact that we can change things later makes a lot of sense to me. After going with Trustee Benavides to one of the growers markets that was held in the barn because of rain, and mucking through that mud, it seems to me that the Alfredo Garcia barn parking lot ought to be a higher priority.
Noted, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, third question. Under the Village Hall renovations, could you refresh my memory of what that is that we're doing?
Yes, it's to make the bathrooms here ADA accessible.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone from the public wishing to speak on this matter? Please come forward. State your name. Loretta, for the record, name and address, and you have 2 minutes.
Loretta Chavez Smith, 536 Chavez Road, Northwest. I think the question is that these can be, seriously can be moved around?
Well, in future
you have them
years.
listed number 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. Say the money comes up ahead, we can get the money for paving.
That's correct.
Barn.
That is correct.
Do that first.
Well, of course.
We get $50,000 in.
Of course.
Or 500,000, whatever it is. Okay.
Yes.
And that 500,000 can't be moved.
No.
Anywhere else.
It can't be moved.
Okay. That's my question. question. Thank
Okay, please come forward. State your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes. David.
David Montoya, 517 Pueblo Solano. But you have Osuna and Second. What's that about?
Ann, do you want to answer that question?
Mayor, trustees, I'm going to let Maria
That's
Rinaldi
fine.
answer this.
Mayor, trustees, Mr. Montoya, we anticipate that the traffic analysis, that transportation system analysis that we are undertaking will propose some traffic calming and speed reduction mitigations on the stretch of Osuna between 2nd Street and 4th Street. So in anticipation of that, we're making sure that we have it listed in our ICIP so we can show that we've done the planning when we go to seek funds.
Okay, and then nothing is on this list that reflects the Gateway Center that was supposed to be done at Second and El Pueblo, and I thought that was a typo because still nothing's done at Second and El Pueblo for the Gateway Center that Larry Abraham had proposed when we I guess when we enlarged the village to take in that Gateway Center, there was supposed to be a monument or something there at that location, and there's nothing here.
Mayor, trustees, this is the first I've heard of that. We are absolutely happy to accommodate.
I brought that map that Larry had the architect prepare for the improvements in the Alameda Drain to make this Gateway Center,
Yes, Mayor, trustees, Mr. Montoya, I misunderstood that you were talking about drainage in that area, and that's county.
Drainage. It's not drainage, it's but it was just a Gateway Center that kind of sat at the old Yanamoto's property. So it's immediately in the village property, but right there, next to the county.
Apologies, I didn't understand that you were interested in a gateway.
Well, no, it was proposed years and years ago, just nothing's been done.
I don't think it's ever been on our ICIP to
No?
my knowledge, but that doesn't mean we can't put it on there.
Okay, but I just thought Second and Osuna, now I understand. I thought it was Second and El Pueblo. Because nothing's done on that side, it's sort of,
Not yet.
yeah, and there's where the railway center is, and we were supposed to have a gateway, this is the village. So, I don't know.
Mayor, trustees, Mr. Montoya, one thing that I'd like to say is that in the Phase 2B of 4th Street, the scope will include entrance into the gateway and access to the rail runner station.
Oh, cool.
We have added that.
Okay.
So we haven't seen any development plans come through referencing the Gateway District, but this topic of conversation came up in the preparation of the task order for the final design along the way, because that's such a significant entry point in the village and
Yeah.
designated. But
Yeah, that was
I didn't know that there were such plans, so I'd
Yeah,
love
there
to
was
see
a
that.
plan, and I brought them to
So
Ann,
Ann
I
has
hope we
it.
still have them, yeah. That Bill Perkins put together.
Yes, I do have that. It was my understanding that was county land. But I still have it.
Okay, we'll check on that. Okay, is there anyone else? Please come forward, state your name and address. You have 2 minutes for the record.
Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail Northwest. Neither of these are really on here, but I'm wondering if there might even be state money available to insulate and put in heating and air conditioning. I know it'll be mega expensive in the barn and also the agri center, so they would be more usable. We used the barn before for the art market for our holiday show. People were freezing. They didn't want to be in there. We also used it one time when we were doing celebration of lavender for the art market, and it was so hot. Hardly anyone could bear going in the barn. I do support what you suggested in terms of the parking lot, that it can really turn into mud fast. But it'd be wonderful if we could fix up both of these large centers so they would be more useful for all of us and all of the villagers. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Okay. Is there anybody participating remotely that wishes, is there somebody else? Please come forward. State your name and address. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Yeah, Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. Just something really quick. With regard to the paving or the road and, or the driveway and parking improvements at the Agri-Nature Center, will that be able to be done with permeable? Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, is there anybody participating remotely that wishes to speak on this matter? Kiko?
The only person I have online right now is Joe Craig. But, so if whoever's online as Joe Craig would like to speak, you can use your raise your hand button.
Okay.
No, Mayor, there are no hands raised.
Okay. Yeah, please. You have to come because we need your comments on our minutes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and you have to state your name and address again,
Loretta
please.
Chavez Smith, 536 Chavez Road, in the village of Los Ranchos. On the village hall, where's my paper? On the village hall. I think, old village hall. Was anything done about asking for that money for this building to keep it as a historic thing? Camille Vados made that recommendation at the last Board of Trustees meeting, that the possibility that we could get the funding for that and not have to spend it.
Mayor, trustees, and Ms. Chavez-Smith, these are just items that we hope to address. It's a plan. So without having the project listed, we can't move forward. So we want to make sure that we have everything that we want to accomplish in the village listed.
Okay.
So that means we can go after historic money. We can talk to the neighbors about what they want. We can look at
This is not
pickleball
just for the
courts.
legislation money.
It's primarily our tool to go up to the legislature, but it also helps when Maria applies for federal funding.
Okay.
They ask, have you prioritized these projects? And we say, yes,
Okay.
yes, we have.
Thanks for clarifying that for me.
Okay. Is there anybody participating remotely that wishes to speak on this matter? Kiko? Okay, good. The floor is now closed for comments. I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco?
Yes.
Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Lewis?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. Discussion and approval of resolution number 2022-09-03. A resolution approving a loan agreement with Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District for an agricultural loan for improving water efficiency measures, authorizing the mayor to execute a loan agreement and promissory note. Administrator Simon.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees. Oh, we're very excited about this project. As you know, we fallowed the land at the Del Norte property so that we could evaluate what improvements needed to be done. You all were wonderful in budgeting, helping us budget infrastructure improvement funding. And we are now at the point where we have partnered with the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District to actually fund some of these improvements. Before I bring up our contract farmer, Jacobo Sanchez, and have Gabriela Coughlin again address you, I wanted to just read a statement from our Ag Program Manager, Joshua Halloran, who's very much in favor of the project and has been working with these two individuals. As the Agriculture Program Manager for the village, I believe that moving forward with accepting this low-interest loan to invest in our Paseo del Norte open space is the best course of action. Investing in the irrigation and infrastructure at the Del Norte property will help this space reach its full potential while allowing us to water more efficiently and conserve water. And with that, I would propose turning it over to our speakers. Thank you.
Hi, hello, Gabriella Coughlin, agronomist and soil scientist with the MRGCD. And I just want to give you all just a little context of how this program came about. So I inherited it last year from Mike Hammond before he went on to the state engineer position. So back in 2019, MRGCD entered into a loan agreement with NMED through their Construction Programs Bureau, and this is all a part of the Clean Surface Water Revolving Fund. So this money is specifically earmarked for irrigation infrastructure projects, stormwater projects, things that ensure that our drinking water, our irrigation water, our stormwater entering and exiting our communities are safe. And so MRGCD entered into this loan agreement with the idea that they could either use this money to implement a project in an area, or that they would pilot it to be able to loan this money to private landowners, say to create stopgap funding, say if they were to get an NRCS EQIP fund, which sometimes you have to pay for things up front and out of your own pocket before being reimbursed by the federal government. So this program was a way to help MRGCD, private and public landowners be able to do some sometimes cost prohibitive projects. When you're looking at things like concrete, pipeline, et cetera, it's all very expensive, especially this day and age. So that money has gone untouched until I came on board, and really the idea of piloting a loan program, especially after the pandemic, with our constituents just seemed a little risky at this point. So what we decided to do was pilot the program with a government entity like the Village of Los Ranchos, who was looking to make agricultural improvements. With the timing of the Paseo del Norte property coming up under a new management plan, we just made the connection that, hey, the Village of Los Ranchos could really use this money to give that property a much needed upgrade. As you know, a lot of our ditches have been running at 10% of carrying capacity, which really inhibits those fields from irrigating and meeting the 1 acre an hour requirement. You need a lot of volume in that ditch to push the water out onto the field. As of right now, some of the fields on the Paseo del Norte property, the grading is not what it should be to be able to allow that water to efficiently push down the field. So it's kind of like pushing wet rope. And an example of that would be the kind of sunflower field near the 16 acres, San Isidro weekend. I went out with Jacobo to see this one field that had not been included in the fallowing program be irrigated. We went out there, we planted sunflower seeds on the surface, and then proceeded to start the water at, I believe it was 9 o'clock that morning. We waited and left that gate open until 10 o'clock that night, and the field had only irrigated about 1.5 acres. Mind you, this field is about 3.5 acres. So for that field to only have irrigated 2/3 of the way, less than that, in 12 hours just isn't really where we need to be water conservation wise. So really this money is going to be able to help kind of address some of the ditches, help with not only land leveling and installation of irrigation pipeline, but it will also help with a lot of concrete removal, a lot of structural removal that's on the property, which is unique of a program because if you have worked with USDA programs in the past, you know that they will not pay for concrete removal, they will not pay for any rebar removal, and they will not pay for any of those other kind of bells and whistles that often make these projects really, really expensive. So again, we're kind of piloting this program. The idea is we're very thankful for the village for kind of helping us work out these kinks so that we could eventually roll out this program to private landowners. And what's exciting about this program too is it also helps with equipment purchase. So we could also help farmers in the area access low interest loans for things like no-till drills, rototillers, things like that that help improve water conservation on fields. So we really appreciate the Village of Los Ranchos for taking a chance on us with this new project, but then also really appreciate the opportunity to see a property like the Paseo del Norte really shine, especially in these kind of hard times. So I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Okay, before we move on to questions or discussion from the governing body, I need a motion to approve resolution number 2022-09-03.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number 2022-09-03.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, is there any discussion from the governing body or questions? I'll start with Trustee Lewis.
Yes, Gabby, do you know, is this just a straight amortizing loan?
So my understanding is after construction is completed on the project, that's when funds will be released from NMED to MRGCD, and then it becomes a loan between MRGCD and the Village of Los Ranchos to make payments back to MRGCD. So MRGCD pledged their funds of $500,000 to secure this loan. So now we're just holding it. Once the project's completed, then we can start drawdown.
And so is this an amount up to 500,000, depending on what the costs are for the renovation?
What we've just kind of done in walks with Jacobo and Josh and Keen is we're looking to expend the whole 500,000 on this project.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Trustee Pacheco.
I have none. She answered those for me.
Benavides.
I have none.
Trustee Radnovich.
Trustee Lewis asked my, one of my questions. If on note C, it says the Village of Los Ranchos, let me move my note for a minute, sorry, agrees that it will implement in all respects the project in accordance with project description, which is made part of this agreement. It just struck me, and if something happened to our agreement with Jacobo, whatever that might be, would those duties then be re-advertised or go to the second place firm that put in a, just curious.
Mayor, trustees, I'm not sure how to answer that. I think what I'm hearing is if for some reason our contract farmer who won the RFP decides for whatever reason to step aside or we break
Purely
our contract,
hypothetical, yeah, purely.
then what would we do? And I would assume we would re-advertise.
That would be the proper way to do it.
Okay.
And I will say that I believe there is a clause in there that says that should there be no contract farmer on that property, that then the loan would become due in full immediately. Again, MRGCD is really ensuring that this property stays in agricultural use for the duration of the life project. So when you are estimating life cycles or lifespans of projects, they often, for things like concrete and PVC, go up to 50 years. The max we could go on this was 10 years. So that's why the life of the loan is also 10 years. But say if there was no farmer to farm that property, MRGCD would ask for that money to be due immediately so that we knew that, hey, whatever you guys do with this property, that's now on you.
Thank you. That was actually part of my question, so that's great.
Anything
Thanks,
else,
Gabby.
Trustee Radnovich?
No, thank you.
Okay, is there anybody from the public wishing to speak on this matter? Come forward, state your name and address, you have 2 minutes.
I'm David Montoya, 517 Pueblo Solano. I'm begging you not to take this deal. This is a bad deal. I paid $6,900 a year for every year I was on there. You selected a group that you had a selection process. These were the best people. And now I paid, and now you're going to say the new people, we're going to sign a loan for you to give you $500,000. That is just absurd, and it's a ton of money, and it's wasteful. And I can tell you, that I watered those 40 acres in 40 hours. I met all the requirements every single time. And I can show them how to do it. And I said to Josh that I would do it and I would show them, because I'm not angry. I'm bummed that I got kicked off the property, but now you're gonna give them $500,000? It's insane. Don't do it. Don't do it. And you don't need that kind of money. The area that she was talking about that's east of the village was a pilot project I put in to put in native grass. The area that she talked, that took hours and hours to irrigate is also native grass. It doesn't need to be watered at all because it's native grass, it's grandma grass, and I brought in decomposed granite and decomposed volcanic soil to make that organic. It doesn't need to be watered. If you can water it, bonus. And if that area that's east of the Chamizal, it doesn't ever need to be watered. I planted those trees that she's talking about, and I planted the grandma grass, but I'm out of time. Please, please don't do this. You will be sorry that you ever did this. And it's really not fair to the other two bidders. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, trustees, can I just make one response?
Sure, go right ahead.
So a couple of things. The purpose of the infrastructure improvements are to improve our property. It's not a gift to the contract farmer. It's an improvement to the Del Norte property, and it's infrastructure that will be in the ground forever, and it's our property.
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify that. The other thing is, I've been hearing from residents that we favor the south over the north, and this is a way to give a lot of attention to a parcel that we have not paid very much attention to be honest. I just wanted to make those two comments.
Is there anybody else from the audience? Please come forward, state your name and address for the record. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm Randy McKee, live at 749 Chavez Road Northwest. I too question this. I have 2.5 acres that I've done some very extensive work on to be able to irrigate properly. Did it with the help of the agricultural department. They came in and put tubes in, did orchard valves, a number of things. The total cost was only about $15,000 for that 2.5 acres. I'm not quite sure how many acres we're talking about here, but I don't see anything that would take $500,000 to put irrigation into. I would recommend that you ask for a complete plan, know and understand what that money is going to be spent on. Let the villagers know what it is so that we can have some input, especially those of us that are very interested in farming and continue to farm our property. I irrigate that 2.5 acres in about 1 hour and 10 minutes off of a standard ditch that runs low all the time with low pressure. I work off the Allison lateral. So I do know and understand a lot of this. I have not participated in any of the farming activities around here. I was planning on to when I retired. But this just doesn't look like a good deal to me. $500,000 for approximately, what is that, 20 acres?
It's over 40.
40. So I'm standing here looking at just a comparison. I think you need some more input and understand what you're going to do. If you're going to go in and be concreting all these ditches and doing those types of things, those are things that you can consider, but there are other things than just throwing concrete into the ground to make these things work. Scott Rasband is another good farmer that knows and understands these areas. You need to get some consulting and get people in here other than just the first run at this. So please take your time, look at this and understand what you're going to do, and then spend the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, but I want to get everybody to speak. Okay, is there anybody else in the audience who wants to speak? Please come forward. Of course.
Joe Craig,
Joe Craig, 505 Calle del Pajarito. I think I'll probably disagree with the two previous speakers. My understanding that the restoration's probably $1.5 million. So I think the $500,000, barring a $500,000, is too low. The fallowing program, from my view shed where I live, we've lost 25, 30 trees. They're dead. They're going. We're gonna need a lot more money. I don't know what we've done with our fiscal responsibility in the village. We seem to be just spending money willy-nilly. I don't know what to respond to this.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to speak on this matter? Is there anybody on remotely, Kiko, who would wish to speak on this matter?
If you'd like to speak on this matter, you can use your raise your hand button. There are no hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Gabby, please come forward and tell us a little bit more. This is an important decision.
Yeah, absolutely. So to answer some of the questions about the cost of a project like this. So I previously spent several years with USDA's Natural Resources Conservation Service, which is primarily geared towards private lands conservation. So in the 2.5 years that I spent out of the Albuquerque field office, where I worked in Sandoval and Bernalillo counties exclusively, both from 2019 till 2021, I got a pretty good understanding of how to estimate and bid projects, how to plan them, how to design them. What's unique about this program is that we essentially are giving the Village of Los Ranchos up to $500,000 where they get to choose the engineer of their choice, the survey company of their choice, the contractors of their choice that will come out, and to meet state procurement laws, they'll have to go through RFPs, RFQs, RFIs, whatever the term may be, to get bids on all of this work. And to my knowledge, Keen and Josh have both been doing that. And we all know that right now materials are through the roof, especially when you look at things like Schedule 80 PVC or concrete. Concrete with rebar is really expensive. Land leveling is really expensive right now. Diesel is really expensive at $5.50 a gallon. All of that equipment runs off of diesel. So to Joe's point, $500,000 is not gonna do everything on that property. That there could be more that could be done, but right now this funding can provide an immediate way to address very aged and failing infrastructure. When you walk the property, you'll notice several failed CMPs, kind of corrugated pipe stands that are jutting out of the sides of ditches, which are safety hazards to those who walk through those acequia areas, as well as the dead and dying trees that overhang the public walking trails. Those are also hazards that can be addressed with this funding. So again, we're in a unique situation when it comes to funding coming down from the state. When we listened to Xochitl Chores Small the other day, she mentioned that there's funding, but it's on a 10-year cycle, and they're just getting started on it. So right now, we can't wait 10 years to make that property irrigate more efficiently. And I know some days are better than others when it comes to irrigating fields. Some days those fields will meet the 1 acre an hour requirement. But when you look at the historical logs and irrigation logs of that field and of those properties, they weren't meeting those acre an hour requirements. So whether it's irrigation, infrastructure, or operator error, this is an opportunity for MRGCD in the village to really be able to assess and reprioritize how that property is to operate moving forward with low and limited water. To Joe's point about dead and dying trees, there's a lot of them all over the valley. It's not just happening in the village. I don't think it's unique to the village, and I don't think it's because of the neglect of the village. And I don't think that it's a byproduct of the fallowing program either, because we've had several thousand acres across the valley that are also lined with cottonwoods that are not dead and dying. Sometimes when these extreme weather conditions occur, they will just zap a tree that was already dead and dying. So right now, we're just seeing a lot of overdue operation and maintenance and deferred maintenance that should have been addressed honestly years ago, both on MRGCD's behalf as well as the Village of Los Ranchos. So it's a tough pill to swallow, and again, coming from the federal government and coming down into the state government, what I appreciate about my new job is I now get to put money on the ground faster for my communities. And I don't just serve the Village of Los Ranchos, I serve 4 counties, Sandoval, Bernalillo, Valencia, and Socorro counties. So when the Village of Los Ranchos is looking to invest $500,000 on 40 acres, those improvements and those investments have been done by farmers down in Socorro County who get the short end of the stick because they're at the bottom of the system. And so when they see, hey, I've had to spend $500,000, where's mine? All they know is, hey, you know what? I irrigate a lot faster. That means my operation is a lot more efficient and I'm a lot more profitable. But they're not coming up to the Village of Los Ranchos and saying it's not fair that you guys are getting this investment when I've done it down in my backyard. So I think the time is just right for Los Ranchos to get on board with water efficiency like many of our farmers in the rest of the valley have.
Thank you, Gabby. The floor is now closed for comments. I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Mayor, I would like to add an amendment to the motion.
Please state your amendment.
I would like to, I agree with Mr. McKee in that I think there should be a plan before we implement any of this. And so I think the first step in doing this would be to figure out exactly what we're going to do on that land. And so I'd like to amend the motion to say that the design of the improvements should be the first thing that we do.
I need a second for that if it's acceptable to the other trustee who made the motion to begin with.
I'm acceptable with that. I think
Okay, we have a
that's
motion
good
and a
idea.
second. So let's go through the roll call vote again. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich.
Yes.
Now this amended motion carries unanimously. Item D, pursuant to section 3-11-6A, parentheses 1, NMSA 1978, subject to the approval of a majority of all members of the governing body, the mayor shall submit the names of employees to the Board of Trustees for confirmation. I am submitting Maida Rubin as the Planning and Zoning Director for the Planning and Zoning Department. Administrator Simon.
Mayor, trustees, I'm so excited to be able to present tonight Maida Rubin. She's been wonderful in stepping in right away. She attended a few meetings even before she came on board. She attended the work session, so she got to meet a lot of the mayors. She attended the meeting with Jim Long last night and got to meet a few more. She has extensive experience with planning, both at the Mid-Region Council of Governments and then in a real chop shop up in Rio Rancho. So we're so happy to have her here. Thank you.
Thank you. I need a motion to approve the confirmation of Ms. Rubin.
I'll make the motion to approve the confirmation of Ms. Rubin.
I need a second.
Second it.
Is there any discussion from the governing body? Being none, I'm going to call for the, go ahead.
Yes, just a question, when would this become effective?
Well, it's already effective, but it'll be effective when we vote on this. Immediately.
Immediately, okay.
I do have a question as well.
Go right
Mayor.
ahead.
And this is just a hypothetical question again. What would happen if we didn't confirm this post? I'm just curious about the procedural.
No, I can tell you what would happen.
Please do, Mayor.
If it's not confirmed, the person can't be hired.
Okay.
It's that simple.
Okay. Okay. I have no intention of doing that. I'm just asking the question procedurally.
Sure. Okay. I'm going to call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnevich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Welcome to the Village of Los Ranchos, Maida. Okay. Item E, discussion and approval to advertise ordinance number 290, granting a franchise to Public Service Company of New Mexico to construct, maintain, and operate electric facilities, infrastructure in the public rights-of-way within the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, repealing ordinance number 60. Attorney Nan Winter.
Mayor, trustees, this is a franchise agreement with Public Service Company of New Mexico, which is akin to a rental agreement of your rights-of-way located here in the village. We previously presented something similar with respect to Gas Company of New Mexico. We are continuing to negotiate with Comcast, and I believe Ann is working on something with the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority. Every utility in the village needs to have your permission to occupy the right-of-way, and in turn, you charge them rent and indicate conditions of how they will behave in your right-of-way, and that's exactly what this document is. It calls for a 3% rental fee. That's 3% of Public Service Company's gross revenues in the village. That is an increase from the contract that expired a couple years back. So I think we moved from 2% to 3%, so it's a fairly substantial increase. Good news, bad news, PNM is seeking a rate increase in December. That means that when rates go up, you'll get 3% of that. The franchise agreement on this one is shorter than the gas company one. It's for 20 years, not 25 years. Other than that, PNM has agreed to comply with all of your village ordinances, including the moratorium on 4th Street, recognizing the new development and infrastructure improvements there. I think you recall that you added a moratorium streets amendment to your code that doesn't allow utilities to do anything to that infrastructure for 5 years, your new infrastructure. In addition to that, most of this is just right-of-way behaviors. They have to carry insurance. They have to go underground when they can. They have to produce an annual report regarding their construction activities and franchise fees. They're obligated to restore anything they tear up in your right-of-way. It goes on for 10 single-space pages regarding tree trimming, maintenance, insurance, indemnification. I'll stand for questions.
Okay, before we get to questions, I need a motion to approve the advertisement of ordinance number 290.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 290.
I need a second.
Wait, the advertisement.
The advertisement, excuse me.
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion from the governing body? I'll start with Trustee Lewis.
No.
Trustee Pacheco.
No.
Trustee Benavides.
No.
Trustee Radnevich.
Yes. I would like to amend, if we can, the tree trimming section in section 7A. I think they should use standard arboricultural practices. I've seen too many trees that look like they have a Bart Simpson haircut. And that's just not acceptable anymore. And so I know that PNM has arborists on staff, and I'd like them to add that to this
Standard
standard arboricultural practices to trim trees.
Yes, that is a good point. So do we need to restate the motion and get another motion to approve?
I'd like to amend the motion. Can I amend my own motion?
Yes, you can.
I'd like to amend the motion to change section 7A to include standard arboricultural practices to trim trees.
I need a second.
I second.
Mayor, just one little point of clarification there. It's for advertisement again.
Correct, it's for
Right.
advertisement.
Okay.
Good. Okay, I'm going to call for the question. Call for the roll call vote. Trustee Pacheco.
Yes.
Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Lewis.
Yes.
Trustee Radnevich.
Yes.
Item 12 is trustee informal discussion. Roundtable discussion is informal. The Board of Trustees will take no official vote or other action. Trustee Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a couple of things.
couple of meetings ago, we had Dr. Harvey White attend, and he gave a little briefing on what we've done in the Economic Advisory Committee. He reported on 3 separate areas that we've been kind of working on within those, but we have not really taken forward action on some of those things. Some of those things we have. Certainly gotten the website up and running with the calendar, those kind of things. But I think it's time for us to make that next leap in potentially trying to get somebody on board to help us with branding, branding the village, that kind of thing. So I'd like to propose that we get staff to begin working forward on kind of those action items.
Okay.
I would love to see that on the agenda.
Anything else, Trustee Pacheco?
I just want to read, if I could, and this, I'll do it quickly. Our oath of office as trustees, and I just want it to be a part of the record. I'm going to read you the one that I signed, and of course it says, I, Sandra Pacheco, having been elected to the office of trustee for the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, County of Bernalillo, State of New Mexico, do solemnly swear that I will uphold the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution and the laws of the State of New Mexico, and the ordinances of the Village of Los Ranchos, and will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of said office to the best of my ability, so help me God. And I just wanted to remind my fellow trustees that we all take this oath, and you know, I value this oath that I did take 2.5 years ago, and I hope that you all understand that, and I just wanted to make the point that we all signed this oath. And that's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Benavides.
Yeah, just a couple of quick things. I too wish we would give more priority to the barn in regards to our capital expenditures. We don't have to belabor that right now, but I think the barn is a facility that's used quite often, and it could be better utilized, and it could also be less annoying to neighbors if it was properly insulated, for example. So the other comment is about some of the public comments that we got today in regards to the pilot project moratorium, and if there's going to be an extension. And so, Mayor, I would appreciate it if you could comment about that when it's your turn to have public comment.
I'd like to comment on it right now. The mayor has a prerogative to call a special meeting. I believe that a special meeting is in order, and there will be one item on that agenda. I propose a Zoom meeting. We should extend the moratorium for the pilot project. I don't know to what day, but we have to do that. I'm proposing either the 26th, 27th, or 28th of September, time to be determined depending upon the availability of trustees. So I would welcome your comments on that, but as mayor, I can call a special meeting, and so I plan to do so, and hopefully we'll get the input as to the date and the time that you want to do it. So now it's Trustee Lewis's turn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, that was my main question and thing that I wanted to bring up was the pilot project. I think we need to address it. I would ask, you know, I think the first pilot project that was introduced was way outside of what we had crafted the pilot project zoning to be, or ordinance to be. And so I have asked staff to, first of all, because I don't understand, bring to us what could be done on that property if they followed everything in our ordinance. And then we can start there, decide if it's something that just has to be revoked, or if we can repeal it and replace it or amend it with things, you know, what we're missing in it. This was our first shot at it. And so I would ask your all's involvement in being involved in that. We crafted it, but we'd be more than glad to have your input and help once we get that baseline of what this would have looked like without all the variances and stuff. And then help us craft it. You know, I think this is something that was, you know, brought to us. It wasn't our idea. It was brought to us by the master plan. And we want to, you know, honor the master plan and move forward on it somehow, but we're open to all sorts of input and help in getting it accomplished, so.
Mayor, Trustee Lewis, can I just add to that?
Sure, go ahead.
A little bit. I think we had some really good dialogue at the last meeting with residents. I would just like to further the conversation, but kind of hone in on the amount of residents that are actually speaking or giving direction. It's hard when there's 100 people. If somehow you could work together to get, and I brought this up the last time, kind of a committee that would be representative of the residents. It's just really hard to listen to 100 different, you know, directions, I guess. It'd be great if you could just kind of hone in the things that you want to see and maybe bring those then to us for discussion. It'd make it a lot easier.
I'd like to even add to that. I think the committee is right here.
Perhaps.
So I agree totally.
Any comments other than
Oh,
that?
wait, I still have a couple more comments.
Go right ahead.
So, anyway, I too want to compliment everybody on last Thursday's meeting. We started some dialogue. It was very refreshing and encouraging that we're going to be able to move forward together. I want to reiterate what Sandra just said. You know, something that seems as simple as just saying, all right, we're not happy with notifying people within 300 feet. If we can get your input, that's a better place for us to start than us just taking a shot going, okay, 500 feet. And somebody that wants 600 feet, and somebody wants this, and somebody wants that. So we can move quicker on some of these items if we can get some of them honed down. And so that's a goal of mine over the next 30 to 60 days, that we're getting your input on what, it's not going to make everybody happy, but what you guys overall feel like is the direction. And then on some of those things, we can just go, hey, we agree with that and let's move forward. And other things we can't. The other thing we are going to do is we're going to sit down with Maida. I don't know completely the process for changing ordinances and zoning. And so I want to know, and I want you all to know, if it's something that's easy to do, something that takes a lot of time. I don't know what, but we've got that job in front of us. We heard you guys, and we are ready to work on those things. And we're starting, and we hear you. And another area, you know, we've got a couple big RFPs coming. People, you know, wanted to have some residents involved in some of the RFPs. Help us craft what that looks like. I don't think you necessarily want to be involved in every RFP, but give us an idea of the size, you know, when an RFP is this much, when it's, you know, what would be a parameter for us? Because we're more than willing to work with you guys and make the village a better place. We just need to know some starting points. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Radnovich.
I would also like to thank everybody for their time at the last meeting last Thursday. I think it was really productive. I think we heard, for the first time, really, a discussion as opposed to yelling and screaming at each other, or at least towards the trustees. So I really appreciate it. I just have a couple things, Mayor.
Sure.
After the two requests tonight on bed and breakfast, I really think we need to take a cue from a place like, and I'm shooting high, a place like Italy. If you've ever been to any of their agritourism bed and breakfasts, their whole experiences in agriculture, from winemaking to crushing olive oil, it's all part of the process. And I think our bed and breakfast ordinance needs some work because these aren't really bed and breakfasts in the way I define them. I actually looked it up on my phone at the break, and these are businesses, they're not bed and breakfasts, and bed and breakfasts should be part of the community. They should be living in the community, and they should be working in the community. And so I don't think our ordinance quite does that, and I think we need to work on it. And that's nothing against what we did before I got here, or before Gil got here. I just think we need to work on that ordinance because it's pretty obvious that it's doing the opposite of creating community. It's divisive, and it's dividing community. So I think we really need to take a second look at it. And I know it's a new ordinance. The last thing I wanted to mention is something that I heard from, I don't know who it was actually, I don't remember, but heard from someone at the meeting last Thursday. We had 309 pages to review from Friday to today. Cities like Albuquerque, and I know that's a big city, but they ask for submittals to their agenda a month and a half ahead of when that actually gets heard. I think we need more time than 3 business days from the point at which we get the agenda from Danielle. I think we need a week anyway. So I'd just like to suggest, and we've had 2 300-page agendas in a row, and I really, it's almost impossible to read this kind of language in 3 days, even if you use the weekend to do it. So I would like us to consider having more time between when the agenda gets posted and when we actually have to discuss it at a meeting. So those are my 2 comments.
I need a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I need a second.
I second it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 The meeting for September 14th, 2022 is now adjourned. The time is 11:22.
Recording stop.
Wow.
Thank God.
Welcome. Thank you. Yeah.
I really thought it'd go to 12. I really thought it would go to 12.